moderator will help coordinate your response during discussion time, insyaAllah. Thank you. Terima kasih Puan Farida sudah membuka videonya. Kita mengharapkan teman-teman kita yang lain juga untuk sama-sama untuk membukakan video untuk sesi pada pagi ini, insyaAllah. Baiklah, saya mulakan dahulu. Sama-sama kita menunggu yang lain masuk. Kita boleh feel free to share the link untuk diorang masuk. Cuma nanti sijilnya hanya diberikan kepada mereka yang membuatkan pembayaran sahaja, ya. Macam tu. Okey. Bismillahirrahmanirrahim. Alhamdulillah Rabbil Alamin. Wassalatu wassalamu ala ashrafil anbiya wal mursalin wa ala alihi wa sahbihi ajma'in. Allahumma salli ala Sayyidina Muhammad wa ala ali Sayyidina Muhammad. Allahumma salli ala Sayyidina Muhammad wa ala ali Sayyidina Muhammad. Allahumma salli ala Sayyidina Muhammad wa ala ali Sayyidina Muhammad. Rabbana shrah lana sadurana wa yassir lana umurana walau datal mi asinatina yahu akhwalana. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Dan salam sejahtera kepada peserta yang dihormati. Salam sejahtera, sawadika, mabuhay, tashahau, vanakam, namaste. Selamat datang diucapkan pada semua. Ahlan wa sahlan wa marhaban bikum diucapkan pada semua. Apa khabar semuanya, tuan-tuan dan puan? Boleh ketik adakah anda sihat hari ini ke ataupun macam mana keadaan kesehatannya. Boleh ketik di bahagian komen agar kita di bahagian chat agar kita sama-sama dapat tahu keadaan anda. Silakan tuan puan. Mungkin sebelum kita teruskan lagi sesi, bolehkah tuan-tuan dan puan tuliskan namanya dan juga boleh tuliskan lokasi anda di mana. So kita tahu anda ni siapa namanya, profesinya apa dan juga locationnya di mana. Baiklah tuan-tuan dan puan, silakan sama-sama itu boleh tulis di bahagian komen. Dah tulis tu. Nagatisan River Mutu. Okay, good. Dari mana? Boleh tulis. Mai ada masalah sama Sharon ni. Okay, Miri Sarawak. Dixon daripada Port Dixon. Okay, good. Maziyatun Samsudin. Kedah. Masya Allah, tabarakallah. Faridah, Manjung. Oh, Manjung. Soalan saya Sabah. Daripada Bintulu. Oh, Bintulu. InsyaAllah nanti kita minggu depan kita berada di Miri. Boleh jumpa ni di Miri. Pagi yang indah ini mari kita raikan kepelbagaian budaya yang menyatukan kita dalam misi bersama, insya-Allah tuan-tuan puan, untuk kesejahteraan mental dan keadilan sosial. Apa khabar semuanya? Sekali lagi saya tanya kepada anda, saya doakan anda semua berada dalam keadaan sihat, tenang dan bersedia untuk mengikuti satu program yang bermakna, menyentuh jiwa dan membuka minda. Saya Coach Muhammad Dayan, merupakan pengacara majlis anda untuk edisi Mei 2025 PEKA Global Summit pada hari ini, tuan-tuan dan puan. Selamat datang ke PEKA Global Summit 2025. Bagi pihak seluruh jawatan kuasa, penganjur saya merakamkan ucapan selamat datang dan penghargaan tertinggi kepada semua yang hadir pada pagi ini. Sama ada dari Malaysia, Indonesia, Singapura, Thailand, Brunei maupun dari Filipina, negara-negara ASEAN dan juga antarabangsa, termasuklah daripada Jordan dan juga daripada Mesir, teman-teman kita yang berada di sana. Once again, Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Peace be upon you and greeting to all respected participants. Salam sejahtera, Saudiha, Mabuhay, Tashahau, Vanakam, Ahlan wa sahlan wa marhaban bikum. Selamat datang. And apa khabar semuanya? Let us begin this beautiful morning by embracing the cultural richness of our gathering, united by our common mission for mental wellness and justice. How are you today, ladies and gentlemen, for today? I hope you are all in good health, calm and ready to engage in a meaningful program I'm Coach Muhammad Dayan, the Master of Ceremony for May 25th edition of the PEKA Global Summit. Welcome to PEKA Global Summit 2025. Please give big applause to you. MashaAllah, tabarakallah. On behalf of the entire organizing committee, I would like to extend the warmest welcome and highest appreciation to all attendees. Whether you are joining us from Malaysia, Indonesia, Thailand, the Philippines, Singapore, or from Asian countries and beyond, from Jordan and also in Egypt, through this link, or we call this one Google Meet for this morning. MashaAllah, tabarakallah. Allow me to extend our heartfelt gratitude to Yang Berbahagia, Datin Dr. Siti Taniza binti Toha, President of Malaysian Education Counselor Association PEKA, Mr. Muhammad Safwan Abdullah, Director of PEKA Academy of Training and Consultancy, our distinguished international speakers, Dr. Medical Assistant Christina Esculville Saldivar from Philippines, Dr. Kalaya Darha from Thailand, and Dr. Amanda Subakti from Indonesia. The committee members of Malaysian Education Council Association, PEKA Academy, respected dignitaries from Brunei, Singapore, Indonesia, Jordan, Egypt, and across Malaysia. And not forgetting our participants from various backgrounds, teachers, counselors, lecturers, guidance and counseling teachers, psychologists, psychiatrists, doctors, students, activists, and community leaders who are with us today. Izinkan saya Tuan Rompo menyampaikan penghargaan tulis kelas kepada Yang Berbahagia Datin Dr. Siti Taniza binti Toha, Presiden Persatuan Kaunselor Pendidikan Malaysia PEKA, Tuan Muhammad Safwan Abdullah, Pengarah Akademi Latihan dan Perlindungan PEKA, bersama penceramah antarabangsa Dr. Medical Assistant Christina Esquivel Saldivar dari Filipina, Dr. Kanlaya Darha dari Thailand, Dr. Amanda Subakti dari Indonesia. Seterusnya, ahli jawatankuasa Persatuan Kaunselor Pendidikan Malaysia, Akademi PEKA, serta tetamu kehormat dari Brunei, Singapura, Jordan, Mesir dan seluruh Malaysia. Tidak dilupakan para peserta yang hadir dari pelbagai latar belakang, guru maupun guru, kaunselor, pensyarah, guru bimbingan kaunseling, ahli psikologi, psikiatris, doktor, pelajar, aktivis dan juga pemimpin komuniti. Selamat datang sekali lagi kami ucapkan kepada anda semua. Tuan-tuan dan puan, langit cerah, mentari menyinar, ilmu dikongsi, penghubung insan. PEKA bersatu, lintas sempadan, membela wanita dan keamanan. Melati kuntum, tumbuh melata, sai merbah di hujung desa. Kita berkumpul, menimba kata, insya-Allah demi wanita, marwah dan masa. Bagi memberkati majlis kita pada pagi ini, marilah kita sama-sama berdoa mengikut kepercayaan masing-masing. Bagi kepada yang beragama Islam, kita boleh membaca surah Al-Fatihah. To bless our program in this morning, let us take a moment to pray according to our respective faith. For Muslim, let us recite surah Al-Fatihah. Doa dimulakan, Al-Fatihah. Ya. Alhamdulillah. The PEKA Global Summit is a bi-monthly initiative organized by PEKA Academy and the Malaysia Education Counselor Association. Its objective include raising awareness of mental health, building cross-border professional counseling network, sharing strategy for personal and community empowerment, and discussing current issue from multiple disciplinary and cross-cultural perspective. This month, theme is Breaking the Silence, Addressing Violence and Neglect Against Women for a Safer Tomorrow. Why is this important actually? The first one is the issue of violence against women continues to escalate. Number two is many victims remain silent due to trauma or societal stigma. The third one is it aligns closely with the Sustainable Development Goals, especially SDG 5 and 16. And number four is PEKA is committed to amplifying the voice for those who are for of those who have been silenced. Today, we will hear from three international speakers, experts, who will offer new insight on this issue through legal, social and psychological lenses. Tuan-tuan dan puan, PEKA Global Summit merupakan inisiatif 2 bulanan yang diajukan oleh Akademi PEKA dan Persatuan Kaunselor Pendidikan Malaysia. Objektif utamanya ialah meningkatkan kesedaran tentang kesihatan mental, membina jaringan profesional kaunseling merentas negara, berkongsi strategi pemulihan dan pemerkasaan komuniti, membincangkan isu-isu semasa dari pelbagai perspektif budaya dan juga disiplin. And then untuk pengetahuan semua, sesi kita pada pagi ini adalah yang ketiga untuk pada tahun ini, dan setiap kali sesi kita berbeza-beza tema-tema yang kita bawakan. Dan alhamdulillah tema kita pada bulan ini adalah memecah kesunyian, menangani keganasan dan pengabaian terhadap wanita demi masa depan yang lebih selamat. Kenapa tajuk ini diangkat adalah pertama sekali adalah isu keganasan terhadap wanita semakin meruncing. Yang kedua, ramai mangsa memilih untuk berdiam diri akibat trauma dan stigma sosial. Dan ketiga, ia sejajar dengan matlamat pembangunan mampan SDG, terutamanya SDG 5 dan juga SDG 16. Dan keempat adalah PEKA komited untuk mengangkat suara mereka yang selama ini terpinggir. InsyaAllah tuan-tuan dan puan, hari ini kita akan mendengar kupasan dari 3 tokoh antarabangsa yang akan memberikan perspektif baru dari sudut undang-undang sosial dan juga psikologi. Dan insyaAllah hari ini kita akan ada speaker dari Thailand, Filipina dan juga Indonesia bersama-sama dengan kita, tuan-tuan dan puan-puan. Saya minta izin komiti untuk bantu saya semak adakah speaker kita sudah bersedia ataupun sudah bersama dengan kita dalam sesi. Sama-sama itu kita. Okey. Okey, good. Baiklah, tuan-tuan puan, saya kongsikan sedikit untuk itinerary hari ini. First session kita akan bersama dengan we will have Dr. Medical Assistant Christina Escobar Diva from Philippines. Topiknya adalah Philippine legal effort in addressing violence against women and children. And then for the second session, kita ada Dr. Kanlaya Darha from Thailand. Dengan topiknya Women's Role in Domestic Violence in the Southern Border Provinces of Thailand. And then third session adalah bersama dengan Dr. Amanah Subakti from Indonesia dengan topiknya Interpersonal Communication and Collaboration in Handling Cases of Violence Against Women and Children. And then the last one, we will have the closing remarks by Yang Berbahagia Datin Dr. Siti Taniza Toha selaku Presiden PEKA. Okeylah, baiklah tuan-tuan puan, alhamdulillah saya nampak first speaker kita pun sudah ada, tetapi izinkan saya untuk invite beliau untuk sesi kita hari ini. Okey. Tanpa melengahkan masa, kita akan terus ke sesi kita yang pertama, tuan-tuan puan. Penceramah utama kita merupakan Presiden semasa Asia Pacific Counselor Association (APEKA), merupakan seorang master trainer bertauliah dalam fasilitasi kesihatan mental yang diakui oleh National Board for Certified Counselor NBCC USA. Merupakan juga bekas Presiden PACES dan ahli Lembaga Philippine Guidance and Counseling Association PGCA. Dengan penuh penghormatan, saya akan menjemput Dr. Medical Assistant Christina Escobar Saldivar dari Malaysia. Mabuhay, Doktor. Salam hormat dari kami kepada tetamu terhormat kita dari Filipina. Kumusta po? Kayang lahat. InsyaAllah. Dan kami amat berusaha hati menerima kehadiran anda pada hari ini. Tajuk pembentangan beliau hari ini ialah usaha perundangan di Filipina dalam menangani keganasan terhadap wanita dan kanak-kanak. Marilah kita sambut Dr. Christina untuk menyampaikan pembentangan beliau. Berikan tepukan gemuruh secara maya kepada beliau. Without further ado, let us commence our first session. Our keynote speaker is the current president of the Asia Pacific Counselor Association APEKA, a certified master trainer in mental health facilitation accredited by the National Board for Certified Counselor and BCC USA, former president of PACES and a board member of the Philippine Guidance and Counseling Association (PGCA). Is with great honor that I would like to invite Dr. Medical Sister Christina Esquivel Saldivar from the Philippines. Mabuhay, Doctor.
Hello, good morning, Coach Diane. Hello, everyone.
How are you today? And
Excited for today.
very excited, mashallah. And a warm Filipino greeting actually to our esteemed guest. Kumusta po kayong lahat? Kumusta po? Ito. Sabihin mo sa akin. Gitu.
Mabuti naman po.
Mabuti. Okay. And then we are truly delighted to have you with us today. Her presentation today is titled Philippine Legal Effort in Addressing Violence Against Women and Children. Please welcome Dr. Christina to deliver her presentation. Let's give her a big virtual round of applause. The
Thank
stage is
you.
yours, Doctor.
Okay,
Yeah,
thank you, Coach Diane. Would you please allow me to share my screen now?
yeah, okay, for sure. Okay. Okay, Doctor.
Thank you,
I saw already
everyone, for
my
the warm welcome. And let me just start my presentation. And kindly, please just let me know if you are seeing this. And let me just share my entire screen.
mm-mm.
If you can see my
I think
entire
it's still
screen
not
now.
appear.
Okay, hold on.
Mm-mm.
Okay. Please let me know if it transferred to my presentation already. Can you see my presentation?
Not yet actually.
Okay.
I mm-mm.
Because right now I'm sharing my screen already. Hold
And how
on.
about the rest? Kawan-kawan yang lain nampak tak? Slide doktor dah
Did you
appear ke
did you
belum?
see? Not yet. Okay.
Not yet, is it?
Let's check if maybe
Oh,
this will
they
work.
said I cannot see your screen. The audience also said the same thing.
Okay, here we go. Let's see if we can switch. Please let me know if you can see my presentation.
Okay, almost.
It's sharing.
Yes, yes. Okay,
All right.
okay, yes.
Now, the concern now is I won't be able to see you with the presentation being on full screen here. Please just let me know if there's any, well, if there will be any difficulty or challenges in my screen
Okay.
share, because I won't be able to see. But for now, if everyone can already see my first slide, it's there. It's being shared. Is it there already? Can you see my presentation?
If from my side, I just say the blank color. Oh, and then others say they can see your presentation. And how about the rest? Can you guys write down on the chat so we can can see it?
Okay, there you go.
Okay,
I
okay,
can't see me. I can't see my my own camera, but I can. I'm now just looking at my slide. So as I
okay.
welcome you today, Coach Diane, can you already see my presentation? It's on the first slide of my PowerPoint.
Actually, we just saw your name, Christina, and then the whole presentation are blank. Actually, black in color.
Is it moving now? Can you see I am presenting my map, the Philippine map?
No, not yet.
Yes, but see it
Oh,
there. Okay.
but some of
Thank
them
you so
say
much.
they can see the map. It's okay, doctor. You just
Okay, there
continue.
might seem to be some lag in some of the areas. in the sharing. So I'm going back now to the first page or the first slide of my presentation. I entitled it Addressing Violence and Neglect Against Women for a Safer Tomorrow in the Philippine Context. The reason why I choose to present my sharing this morning uh, is more to present how we went through building laws to protect our the Filipino women. Um, and this, if you're already seeing the second slide of my presentation, this is what you can expect in the remaining minutes that I will be sharing for this morning's first session. Um, I will not claim, full disclosure, I will not claim to be an expert on the law, as I remain to be both a licensed psychologist and a licensed guidance counselor. In my more than 3 decades of practice, we have gone through many challenges, of course, in dealing with clients who experience violence and neglect. And although, as I said, I'm not the expert in the field of violence against women, I have personally encountered victim survivors in my practice, and I hope this learning session can be significant in continually spreading awareness, because even in our country, we already have these laws for many decades already, and yet not too many people, especially those in the outskirts, outside the metro or outside the cities, are very much aware about um, understanding and recognizing whether they might already be experiencing violence. Hence, I hope to be sharing with you our own experiences and also hopefully inspire our participants to, if there are no laws or there are not too many laws that are already in place to protect women in your country, we hope to inspire you with our experiences in the country. Another one also is that another reason why I wanted to focus on the law, even if I am a counselor and a psychologist by profession, is that personally, I have been experiencing clients, I have been working with clients who could not even recognize that they are experiencing abusive or being in an abusive relationship. That is why educating women and continually talking about this, we hope will give you more information. And the laws that I will be sharing with you are also the same challenges we had in making ourselves familiar with these laws, so that we will know what steps to take as we extend intervention. Expected, of course, for us in the helping profession as psychologists and counselors, that we can directly serve them in processing, providing psycho-emotional support. Yet, it's also very important for us as practitioners that we understand existing laws so that we can come up with concrete steps in helping our clients outside of counseling. So that's the second reason why this is how I designed today's sharing. Also, that um, I would want also to highlight that my presentation will highlight the journey and the laws in order to protect women and children, primarily because, and I'm moving forward now, I will go through the chronicles from the time we started with the National Commission on for Filipino women down to the Philippine Commission on Women. So we will go through the history of how these movements started and how it developed and became prime movers of and the ones who encourage the laws to be put up. And also, I'll go into current situation that we are experiencing in the country, as well as how it has impacted us. And that's why I will be sharing the law on the RA 9710, as well as the 9262, which is what we are very much implementing in our practice when it comes to experiencing or recognizing that our clients are experiencing violence as well as abuse in their relationships. And then I will be sharing with with you programs and accomplishments so far, given that RA 9262 has already been implemented, and this is the 21st year since RA 9262 has been um, already took effect or became a law. But I will also end with this is not a perfect situation we're in the country. There are also certain challenges that, although I will be sharing about accomplishments, I will be leaving you with uh, also the very fact that right now there are still challenges that we are facing, and we hope that as we move through the ASEAN, uh, and we are encouraged to work together in our region, that if we would share these challenges, that we might be able to work together. APECA was put up primarily back in the 1970s to connect us in the ASEAN region, Asia Pacific region. So we hope that today would also be a beginning of a working relationship with our fellow counselors and psychologists in your own region, your own country. So let me just also maybe give you an idea. The Philippines, if as I acknowledge also the presence of many of our participants from the different countries, uh, you can see that the Philippines, maybe looking at your own geographic location, is a country that's considered an archipelago. An archipelago meaning we are consist of many islands, which makes implementations of laws as well as practices quite challenging because we are so separated into. We have right with the Philippines as an archipelago, we have 7,000. We are composed of 7,641 islands, with the total area of roughly 300,000 square meters. We are subdivided into three major geographical divisions. We have Luzon, upper, and then we have Visayas, and then Mindanao towards the lower portion of our country. So if you look at being a country separated by many water divisions, no, bodies of water dividing us. Um, the challenge now is how to provide steady and consistent services, as well as interventions and applications or executions of the law in the whole country. Because currently, majority of the services, and I will be sharing this also to you later in the presentation, majority of the quality services as well as the quality of life, I will have to be honest with you, are focused or centered on the cities, major cities like where I am right now in Metro Manila. You also have in several big cities or metros in the country. We have Metro Cebu, we have Davao. These are cities where services as well as counselors, psychologists, mental health practitioners, and medical practitioners are mostly practicing in. Sadly, if you can see how dispersed the country is, there are so many regions in the outskirts that are lacking in professionals who will be able to provide them with quality service. Just to contextualize that, we really have to double and really beef up our services to be able to reach out to as many of our countrymen. So as you can see, that this is where we are right now. But as much as we have been trying, we did come up, and this is what I was talking about earlier, that I wanted to share with you, is our Republic Act 9262. It was put up in 2004 more to respond to the UN, the United Nations Declaration on the Elimination of Violence Against Women in 1993. This movement was encouraged upon us by the United Nations in 1993. Yet you're noticing that it took quite some time, many years after, 11 years to be exact, before a law was finally passed in order to act against violence on women and children. Um, if you will allow me to read, in the UN's Declaration on the Elimination of Violence Against Women, it was defined as any act of gender based violence that results in or is likely to result in physical, sexual, or psychological harm or suffering to women, including threats of such acts like coercion or arbitrary deprivation of liberty, whether occurring in public and private life. Gender based violence is any violence inflicted on women because of their sex. And to respond to that, the country put up a law. It was passed in 2004, and this is how we have put in practice and in place the law that now defines that it is considered a violence against a woman is considered as any act or a series of acts committed by any person against a woman who is a partner or with whom the person has had or have a relationship or dating relationship with, and with whom the person has a common child or against the woman's child, whether legitimate or illegitimate, with or without the family abode, meaning they don't have to live together. But if there's a familiarity, a relationship to consider, then that becomes part of what we refer to as VAUC, or the violence against women and children, which result in or is likely to result in physical, sexual, psychological harm or suffering or economic abuse, including threats of such acts, battery, assault, coercion, harassment, or arbitrary deprivation of liberty. The thing is, this remains to be an elusive dream for us, for all women in the country to be aware and to be able to recognize if they are indeed suffering from a certain form of violence. Because as I shared earlier, I would still see women in my practice not recognizing that they are in an abusive relationship. So they come to me for marital therapies, as I am an adult specialist handling individual issues, down to marital therapy. So women, you would come to me for help thinking that they probably are to blame for what is going on in the marriage, for problems they are encountering in the marriage, and not recognizing that they are the ones being abused in a relationship, and is convinced, some of, well, a majority of the women I work with were convinced by their partners and are still being convinced by their partners that they are to blame for the kind of abuses and violence that they are experiencing from their partner, because they do not understand that the law covers and has already defined the acts of violence against them. They're thinking, some in the outskirts are still thinking, outside the cities, women would still be thinking that just because they are not physically harmed would mean they're not being abused. Given abusive words, um, being restrained, not or deprived of financial support, for them is not abuse. Some women still do not understand that that is a form of violence. Hence, further on, the RA, or the Republic Act 9262, really already defined, to help women understand that violence against a woman actually includes and is not limited to just these acts, but it usually, women would think, if there's physical violence, if I'm physically harmed, then I will go and seek help. That is the only time, not seeing that, of course, sexual violence or the act that is sexual in nature committed against a woman or her child is also considered violence against women. I underline specifically the last two items here to highlight that this is what is not usually clear with with the clients that I work with, my own clients, thinking that they do not understand, recognize that psychological violence, when they are subjected to severe or extreme psycho-emotional torture, that is already basis to file violence against women and children against their partner. Psychological violence or the act or omission that causes or is likely to cause mental or emotional anguish on the part of the victim is considered VAUSI, and they can already charge their partner for it. They do not know that that is possible, that they can demand to not be subjected to that. Okay? It's really understanding when to seek professional help from us as counselors, from when it's already bordering on and they already need to file. So some of the women I work with, um, sometimes because they understand that it might be, but they're not quite sure that they might be or they're being subjected to violence, is they also seek help to understand whether and to also seek validation to really understand whether they're really going through or being subjected to violence. Likewise, economic abuse. A partner's omission or not uh, financially supporting and oppressing a woman is also considered a violence against women in the Philippines. Not being able to support and training their wives or partners from work so that they continually become dependent on the man is considered violence against women in the country. So let me go back, as I already gave you a little bit of backgrounder about RA 9262 in the country. Is an appreciation as to how we went through the challenges or how we progressed into putting up these laws. It started with prime movers, women, strong figures in the country. So if you look at the this is an article that I don't personally know them, but I did recognize that their works already laid foundation to where we are right now. It's still work in progress, but it started with them. The vision of creating the National Commission, we call it the NCRFW, or the National Commission on the Role of Filipino Women, which has now been converted into our name as the Philippine Commission on Women, actually emanated from the Philippine women's movement, based on the two waves of feminism. The number one was the 1900s liberal feminism that emerged, no, at that time. Um, Dr. Helena Benitez, as well as attorney and former Senator Leticia Ramos Shahani, were prime movers because they became lawmakers other than being very active in the commission or in the organizations. They started out as lawyers, practitioners, educators, but they were inspired by the 1900s feminism, liberal feminism movement. The second wave was the left of center feminism that started in the late 1960s, comprising political formations, people's movements, and women-only non-government organizations. Even in where I am practicing right now, in my private practice, I am connected with In Touch Community Services Incorporated, or simply we call it In Touch Philippines. You can Google us and search us. I am connected with them. We actually started out from the women's club, started by the wives of expats from the America, the United States Embassy, and they wanted to put up, they started as a club. They wanted to put up support system initially for expats, and then they expanded on to providing not just the quality of life support for expats, but also to provide later on mental health services. And this is where we are also. So looking at the works of Dr. Helena Benitez, for example, in the 1920s, it was actually when it started, when the campaign on for suffrage started. It was initially spearheaded by the National Federation of Women's Club, uh, which later mobilized all major women's groups, resulting in the 1937, you're looking at 1937 plebiscite that recognized for the first time in Asia women's rights to vote. And that first wave of feminism included welfare oriented social civic women's organizations that eventually became the Civic Assembly of Women of the Philippines, or the CAUP, which is now called the National Council of Women of the Philippines. That became and is now or still known as the NCWP. Um, it was in their intense lobbying that led to the creation of the National Women's Machinery in the 1960s. So as you can see, how it took decades for our journey to get to where we are right now. 1960s was actually when our president then, President Ferdinand Marcos, who happens to be the father of our current president now, President Bongbong Marcos, or also Ferdinand Marcos III, to pledge his support to the call, which he initially expressed a speech in the regional seminar of the United Nations Commission on the Status of Women. He committed to putting up and helping women's movements to support for with government support. It was also during this time when uh, Dr. Helena Benitez, renowned as the fourth-term president of the Commission on the Civic Assembly of Women of the Philippines, as the first commissioner of the National Council of Women in the Philippines, and former senator, because again, as I said, these movers, the appreciation of the history of their story was that these strong women had influence in policy making. She became a senator, and actually the first Filipino woman to even head the United Nations Council for Women, or the NSW, the the United Nations Commission on the Status of Women. She chaired the CSW from 1966 to 1970, while also serving as president of a university that is still active right now. Or we call it's the Philippine Women's University. It's uh, still very a big or university right now. And later on, of course, in 1974, as Dr. Benitez paved the way, came in 1974 um, the Commission on the Status of Women decided in principle to prepare a single comprehensive and internationally binding instrument to eliminate discrimination against women. So in that same year, she's a lawyer, attorney Leticia Ramos Shahani, who also became Senator Leticia Ramos Shahani, was recognized as the first Filipino ambassador to a communist country as a diplomat in Romania, Philippines' first woman ambassador in Australia, and a two-term senator, the first female Senate President pro tempore, and chairperson of the National Council of Women, the NCRFW. And looking at it, it was because of this National Commission on the Role of Filipino Women that now paved the way into movements. I'm sorry to be overwhelming you with so many of these abbreviations, but these are basically the movements that led to a stronger participation on policy making. And I'm sharing this with you because although we are counselors and psychologists, it's very important because it also became our challenge to familiarize ourselves with existing laws so that we can give better advices and come up with concrete plans when we are working with our clients. And fast forward to having gone through all of these movements led by strong women, policymakers encouraging more laws to be put up, as the RA 9262 was already put up in 2004. So you notice 1930s, 1960s, 2004 was when the the anti-violence against women and children was put into law by the then President Gloria Macapagal Arroyo. But if you look at it, 20 years after, this is the statistics from our Philippine Statistics Authority that I got and I'm sharing with you, primarily to highlight that we are not free from violence against women and children. Because if you look at the sources, and I will give you three different sources in the reports in 2022, we did notice that there is still a high and a very alarming high number of violence against women in different forms. Uh, Given that 20 years after, in fact, maybe stepping a little bit earlier than that, we know that it was also during the pandemic that it became a global concern, and our attention was also caught, knowing that due to the many lockdowns in the country, also in the Philippines, we were not spared from a series of lockdowns where mobility was limited to only one representative of in each family or in each household who is allowed to go out of their homes to buy necessities, no, to buy food and important as items. No? So if you look at it, because many in the 2020 before 2020 this 2022 report, back in 2020 we had the lockdown due to the COVID pandemic in March. I remember clearly March 2020 was when, because I'm also connected with a university. I was teaching, and was an administrator at the College of St. Benilde, one of the big colleges also in the country. Is that the class suspension was announced in the whole country March 2020. We thought it was going to be a week or 2 weeks, and then we'll be coming back. But as we all have experienced, it extended to several years until the vaccine came out. But prior to the vaccine, we had very limited movements. Many were forced to stay in their homes, unfortunately resulting to a no way out when you are in a toxic family environment. So needless to say, there was a spike in domestic violence reports. But if you look at how it, even when the law was already there, with mobility being limited, many did not have a choice and did not have a way to report because they were locked down in their homes. Moving forward to 2022, when vaccination and more movements were allowed, were able to move around more freely, and we can report incidents of violence at home. You notice that, and we do accept that this fact sheet is not an accurate representation of actual violence being experienced by women, because, and it's a global phenomena, we know that, because women do not feel empowered to report due to many varied circumstances. These statistics that you are seeing right now are statistics only based on those who reported incidents. But a big chunk we can assume is not happening, is not being reported. You will notice that there's the comparison, yet even with the law, as we said. That's why I had to explain that the challenge in our country, being comprised of more than 7,600 islands, um, implementation of the law, presence of law enforcers who are aware, and also the presence of mental health and service providers are quite limited. And I will share that to you towards the end of my presentation, just to highlight that there are challenges. And you can see how from 2020, when we had the lockdown, 2021, there were still a big report. 2022, there seemed to have been a little bit of dip. And this is from the Philippine National Police reports. These are the documented incidents. Um, and by 2023, if you're looking at it, there seems to be a steady, because whether there be 1,000, 2,000 difference, it's still a high number and an alarming number of already reported cases. That's why if you are to assume that there are a lot of unreported cases, that's why these numbers are not accurate. Um, we still have a long way to go in protecting women in our country. Um, and that's why if you look at it, even our culture, unfortunately, we have to recognize that women have to be educated enough. We need to make them aware enough that they experience uh, they experience violence, uh, even when it is not their fault. There's also the phenomenon on victim blaming. The reason why some women would choose not to report is because of our culture of hiya. We feel ashamed, very much like our fellow ASEANs. We know that as a collective society, we value relationships, and we put a lot of importance about what other people will think about us. We call it the culture of hiya. Hiya is when we feel ashamed, when in on a lower scale, if you translate hiya, it's being shy, but there's also that shame of coming out. Um, there's also the, when you say victim blaming, is when an abuser, also one form of victim blaming is when the abuser blames the victim for making the man violent because of being a nagger, being irresponsible. It's blamed on them that the women are abused because of that, or that unfortunately part of the victim blaming that is still observable in our country is that those who um, become victims of rape or acts of lasciviousness are blamed for putting on sexy clothes. That's why they put themselves at risk. When in fact, what we are seeing is that studies have shown that regardless of um, how you present yourself, uh, an abuser will be present, will be there, uh, regardless of how you look. So these things are things that we still need to make women more aware of. So going back to my slide, you have the report of the Philippine National Police, and you have the report of the Department of Social Welfare and Development. Our DSWD is our department handling the social work aspect, the social services. These are the cases of rescued citizens by the DSWD. So if you're looking at it, you will also see that if you look at the in detention or in armed conflict cases, not having these numbers, there's no actual number written there, doesn't mean there's none. It's just that there were no reports submitted, or that DSWD did not encounter, because the ones who may have been experiencing that chose not to come out in the open. So you're noticing how these are the challenges. And if you look at the impact and I'm sure my colleagues today will also be sharing some more of the impact of violence against women, because the impact of violence against women also can cause women to feel ashamed and lose their self-confidence. It strikes on the personhood of women, especially when there's blame involved, but that they are made to believe that it is on them, that they are to blame. That's why they became a victim of violence. Um, that's one. Also, that it limits human development, because it jeopardizes women's health and curbs their capacity to participate in social development. working women's productivity decreases due to frequent absences resulting to violence against them. uh, we do have I still do have clients who could not go to the office because they have bruises all over, they're recovering from the hospital, or they cannot leave the house because they are being oppressed by their partner, they are being restrained, so detained by their partners. Also, that violence against women can drain the country's resources. Decades ago, in the early 2000, in fact, it showed that the Philippines spent an estimated 6 billion pesos to treat victims of violence survivors. So it can also have an impact. And imagine if that 6 billion could have been placed on programs promoting protection for women. That could have prevented, if ideally eliminated violence against women. As well as violence against women is an issue of governance. The challenge right now is on how to make effective remedies available to eliminate violence against women in their homes, in communities, and in the state. So we do have the law, but we still do have. Now I'm sharing with you another one. This is a more encompassing one. Um, because of the movements on and policies made, we have come up with the Magna Carta of Women. This is a comprehensive. Uh, this is more encompassing, as I said. This is not targeted to just violence against women. That's the RA 9262. But RA 9710 is a comprehensive women's human rights law that seek to eliminate discrimination through the recognition, protection, fulfillment, and promotion of the rights of Filipino women, especially those belonging in the marginalized sectors of society, the ones I was sharing as those living in the outskirts of the cities, those in poor communities. And it conveys a framework of rights for women based directly on international laws. And this is the government's pledge or commitment to the Convention on the Elimination of all forms of discrimination against women. So I'll be sharing with you that in a way, the Magna Carta on women that we have in the country is meant to upgrade the quality of life of women. In fact, the second item here, um, leave benefits of 2 months with full pay based on gross monthly compensation of women who undergo surgery caused by gynecological disorders. Now, if, for example, due to childbirth, it used to be just 2 months, but it has now been increased to 100 days for natural or normal delivery. So if you're looking at all of these, it's really meant to try to prevent violence against women by uplifting and upgrading the status of women. Now, more directly is the law on the Anti-Violence Against Women Act. I shared this earlier, and I really just wanted to share the salient features of the RA 9262. This landmark legislation was signed into law um, on March 8, 2004 by, as I shared earlier, the former President Gloria Macapagal Arroyo. So if you will allow me to read on my notes, the Anti-VAUSI Act is the only legislation in place that provides a framework for the prosecution, the punishment of abuses committed against women by their intimate partner. So this article highlighted and discussed that although currently, um, 20 years in, it is still crucial, and we recognize, and the article I'm reading right now really recognizes that there's a need to reflect on whether the law is still responsive. Now we're on to the 21st year or until from the passing into law of the Anti-Vowsy Act, we are now at a point where we are encouraged in the country to review if there's a need to upgrade or work on and still evaluate the implementation of the Anti-Vowsy Act, whether it's still responsive to the needs of victim survivors and the realities of the services, given the challenges that I will be sharing to you in terms of the actual number of service providers in the country in terms of mental health facilitation and mental health, I mean, no? Um, because mechanisms for implementation, although it has already been in place, um, another set of movement to further enact the RA 9262 was the creation, the recent creation of the Interagency Council on Violence Against Women and Children, or it's called the IA CVAWC. The Interagency Task Force, no, this is the council now, is a linkage of and as we said, an interagency work from with several subnational and local levels and the establishment down to the barangay level. As we have implemented it, of course, it cannot just be on a national level. It has to, of course, be implemented down to the community level. And our communities are um, well supported by and as based on the law implementers. Of course, we have the Philippine National Police, but in communities we have what we call as barangays, and I'm sure you have that also in your vocabulary. Our barangays are the community helpers, the ones who enforce the law. So we have established barangay victims against women desks, women and children protection desk in police stations. With other than barangay in the police stations, we have the aling police, ale in our Philippine vocabulary is we refer to a woman. In Korea, we have the ajuma. Here we have the aling police or the women police. Police women, the female police in the country are the one in charge with entertaining the victims against violence against women, so that in a way we soften the ones who receive the reports. So they were trained to do that. Women and children protection units were also put up in or by the Department of Health retained hospitals. Our government hospitals were also trained on how to handle violence against women. Shelters also for women victim survivors were put up. And now we have the interagency working towards uh, a full-on or a comprehensive service um, to act on and help victim survivors. But the primary prevention programs have also been implemented for many years. That's why now it's already a time to evaluate, because we have 21 years of information now, and it's time to really check whether we are truly able to address the protective, medical, psychosocial, and legal needs of the victims. There are now hotlines. In fact, in even in my organization where I work at In Touch Philippines, we also have our own public helpline. It's a hotline for all needs mental health needs services. We provide that to the country for free. To it's a 24/7 helpline, and there are also a lot of other hotlines that were put up that manage the Women and Children Protection Center. Um, Also, we have the 911. The Philippine National Police also operates the national operates the Children's Protection Center, as well as 911's National Emergency Commission. Also, standards and protocols for improving service delivery have been put in place, and these efforts contributed to increasing the help-seeking behavior of women victims. If we may, can we please request our organizers to please turn off the audio audios of some of our participants, we can hear you. Sorry about that. Okay, so the
Sorry, doctor,
help-seeking
for a
behavior
while.
of women. Go ahead.
Sorry. Puan Nirmala, boleh bantu untuk mutekan suara Puan Nirmala? Puan Nirmala, boleh mutekan suara anda? Sebab saya tak boleh kontrol daripada sini. Daripada admin boleh, daripada Kosa Puan.
It's okay.
Mutekan Puan Nirmala. Okay, Dr.
Okay.
Titina.
Thank you so much.
Continue.
It's okay, Coach Diane. Okay. So moving forward, we were talking about the RA 9262 has been put in place in 2004, and it's high time, and movements right now is focused also on, while it's still being implemented, of course, it's high time that we're reviewing it, and that the interagency task force has already been put up, so that we will be able to evaluate how it's done, how it has operated so far, and we can also now look at the timeliness of the service, whether it is still relevant, and whether there are needs to improve on the services based on the current challenges. I can also again hear myself, so please, can anyone please turn off their, they have two gadgets, that's why I can hear myself. And can we please ask our participants to turn off their audio, so that, okay, there you go. I think, okay.
Yeah.
Okay,
Puan
thank you.
Nirmala.
So as I've been sharing about this, this is still more about the RA 9262 and the protection against violence on women and children. Other than the interagency task force, is that now there's a House bill. Oh, I can still hear myself. Is for our organizers, maybe you can put them on mute, so that I don't hear my echo. I am hearing a feedback.
Yes. Sorry. Kosa Puan boleh bantu untuk mutekan Puan Nirmala sebab saya tak boleh kontrol daripada sini.
You can hear your feedback also, right? Okay. All right. Is it off already? Okay. Oh, it's not there. It's still there. Okay, moving forward. Anyway, I'm sorry. I'm getting just a bit distracted by hearing my voice echoing. So if there's any participant whose two gadgets are open, that's the reason why we're getting feedback now. I'm pretty sure our participants are hearing my voice echoing. So if we may request, please, for all our participants to turn off your audios, just put on mute. There's a microphone icon there. Please just click that, so that there's a red slash to it. Moving forward. Okay. Apologies for the typo. The House Bill 8655 is the expanded Anti-Vowsy Act, and there's also what we now have about to be a complementing set of laws. The House Bill 8655 is a law. It's a proposal to become a law. That's how we submit it in the Congress, or the House of Representatives. This is still under the House of Representatives, although already in its second reading. I think recently it's already in its final reading. Gabriela is another non-government organization that promotes the rights of women in the country, Filipino women. Gabriela if for those who are not familiar, is an NGO whose name they got from one of our strong women in our Philippine history, Gabriela Silang, during the war against the Spaniards. Gabriela Silang became a prime mover and a strong figure, and they took the name Gabriela as part of the movement now, or an organization promoting the quality of life of women and fighting for women's rights. So what they have been promoting and asking for is to expand the Anti-Vowsy Act to include crimes against women online. These are cyber crimes against women and children. Although, one thing though is that there's already an existing RA 10175 in the country, which is the Cybercrime Prevention Act, meaning in any with any victim of online or cybercrime offense, they can file a case against that on based on the RA 10175. But Gabriela is requesting that it be more specifically targeted or applied to violence against women and children, because now they want to expand that violence against women and children need not be just physical, psychological, financial, but can also be cyber, can also be in the realm of um, violence against a woman through ICT related violence. And when you say ICT, we're looking at the penalizing violence through the use of electronic information. So this is ICT, of course, refers to information and communication technology devices. So meaning even when you are not physically harmed, you are not deprived of liberty or financial status, when you become a victim of false accusations. So actually, this is how it they wanted it filed. No, right now under the House of Representative, the need to expand the law to specifically include now acts of violence that utilize electronic communications and social media platforms to inflict physical violence. Um, that already includes now. Sorry, hold on. So that includes social media platforms. When you now it's to expand it to penalizing, even, and that includes the any act of exploitation of data or any form of ICT or information and communications technology, which cause like or likely is likely to cause mental, emotional, or psychological distress or suffering to women and children. So you're noticing how as we have been moving forward, hold on, are you there? Okay, hold on. Wait, I'm trying to. Okay. Other than there are still movements coming. We have not rested just by having the RA 9262. There are movements to expand it to electronic form of abuse. There's also remains to be in the gender equality and women's empowerment. There is also a plan. Together with the Magna Carta on Women, we are still continually improving services. That's why right now is also there was also a 2019 to 2025 strategic goals for gender equality. So this is more encompassing, but again, still focus on empowering women as well as improving the lives of women. If you'll notice, the 7 strategic goals also include number 3, significantly reducing gender-based violence and enhance gender perspective in justice, security, and peace, meaning programs to make women aware what gender-based violence is, what the justice system can do, what steps they can take, and as also as practitioners, mental health practitioners, we put it upon ourselves to be aware of how these are moving forward and what laws we can recommend and how we can move and help our clients. No, so you're looking at enhancing women's participation and roles in the country. But as I am about to end my presentation, as I mentioned, um, although accomplishments were shared, and I did share it today, programs that are already in place, current activities that we are doing, that our lawmakers are doing, our NGOs are actively doing, is that as mental health practitioners, I go back now to us. The current challenges in the country, other than the geographical nature of the Philippines being separated into thousands of islands, uh, access to mental health services definitely remains to be a big challenge to us. um, with many not recognizing that they need help, help seeking behaviors, again, another challenge. The shortage of mental health service provider is also something, and I have been in the academy, we have been encouraging people to go into, because of the dearth of mental health practitioners. As of last year, and I have been working closely with our commission on, we have our own regulatory board. No, our Professional Regulations Commission handles the professions that are licensed. I'm close with the Professional Regulations Commission for Guidance and Counseling. So the board, together with many presidents, we are composed of, very much like the interagency task forces, meant to promote and implement the Anti-VAUSI Act of 2004, is that on our end as mental health practitioners, um, we have been working, and Coach Diane did mention that I was a former board member of the Philippine Guidance and Counseling Association. I hope you have also heard about us. We are, it is the accredited integrated professional organization for guidance counselors. PGCA has been working closely with many uh, organizations. That includes APEKA, that includes PACERS, or the Philippine Association for Counselor Education, Research, and Supervision, which I used to also be an officer of. And together with so many other, there are also several organizations like the Integrated Professional Counselors Association of the Philippines, or IPCAP. Um, Although there are several organizations, we have been working closely with each other. We're very happy that our Professional Regulations Commission are very inclusive on the participation of the officers of different organizations. Hence, it's not a territory thing. We do not there's no politics. Actually, what I'm happy to announce and share with you is that, given different officers in different organizations, we actually work together. By in 2 Saturdays from now, we will be working on the career progression planning for counselors. So we do have the CPSP, or the career progression and specialization program. We work together to really beef up the service for mental health. The thing is, the limitation right now is that if you look at the more than 100 million Filipinos that we have right now, is that you only have about, and that actually, we have about 730, but figures really show that there's less than 700 practicing medical doctors who are psychiatrists in the country. There's less than 700 compared to hundreds and millions of Filipinos who will be who in our population, and how many hundreds and thousands of those will be needing mental health service or help, no? Likewise, our GC is the registered guidance counselor. We call us that. We are the licensed guidance counselors. Currently, there's only 4,993 guidance counselors, licensed counselors in the country. And if you're not licensed, you cannot practice. You cannot be a counselor. There's also just 2,350 registered psychologists in the country. And to be a licensed counselor or a licensed psychologist, minimum criteria is a master's degree. Hence, you'll notice why there's actually a lot of, or more in terms of the population, not a lot, but We have the RPM stands for Registered Psychometricians. We have 23,588 licensed psychometricians, but they're to support psychologists. And RPMs are able to get their board exam for the licensure after graduating with a psychology course. So this is an undergrad level. So it's easier for them to take on the board exam. But not with, if you're going for a license to become a licensed psychologist and a licensed guidance counselor. Plus, you might be thinking, so if you combine RGCs and RSIs, it would also help because now you're looking at about 6,000 plus professionals. Not exactly. Again, this is not an accurate number of head count of actual licensed counselors. When Coach Diane introduced me, as I'm both a licensed counselor and a licensed psychologist, several of the senior mental health practitioners in the country had the opportunity to be licensed. And there are still also some who are still vying to be licensed in both professions. I have 2 licenses. That means I'm just one count. I'm just one person in this. So it's really not 6,000. In fact, you're looking at maybe about a little below 6,000 or 5,000 in terms of actual professional service, mental health service providers. So you're looking at it, given this kind of limitation, we are exploring so many avenues now to train. That's why being a master trainer in certified by the National Board of Certified Counselors in the US, as a certified mental health facilitation master trainer, we are trying to now multiply ourselves by training more people, lay, not necessarily psychologists, but training them to be frontliners so that they'll be able to triage those who will truly need our services. So we have to put up frontliners, train people, train government, social civic workers on better handling of cases. We have also been very active in doing that because suffice it to say, with the limited number of professionals comes limited capacity, our capacity to train more people. So even if you go to the Philippine National Police offices or community stations, police stations, especially if you go to the outskirts, when there are only men, policemen in police stations in the outskirts, and because women in the outskirts are forced to stay at home to take care of the household while the men work um, in communities or poor communities, then being able to provide the right service for victims of violence, women survivors, victim survivors, will have a difficult time coming out, going into a police station filled with men after going through a traumatic experience. Hence, this remains to be part of our challenges as we are still journeying on to uh, working on and fighting against violence on women and children. And with that, I share with you the resources that I used for today's sharing. As I said, I am not claiming to be an expert on policy, but we are familiar. We needed to be in our practice familiar with laws that are already implemented, how it is implemented. We needed to educate ourselves to be able to be of better service to our clients. And with that, I thank you so much for allowing me this sharing and giving me this time. I hope that I've inspired you to influence more movements to put up laws in your own respective countries, policies that would help, organizations that you can move and put together. Since you are all members of the organizations, we would really love to be working with you. And so with that, I hope I leave you with my mobile number. It's an international number, but I am both in Viber and in WhatsApp. I am leaving you with, if you need to communicate with me, I am still with APEKA in our Facebook page. You can search for APEKA Philippines. We are about to also, if I may also, we will also have our own international conference. We hope to continually engage with PEKA. And last time I was engaged with PEKA physically going was in Brunei 2019. So I'm really glad that we've continually worked together. We hope to encourage more linkages in the ASEAN region as we work towards improving the quality of life of not just women, but with our citizens' overall quality of life. And I thank you very much for today's seminar. Thank you so much. And I turn you over to our organizers. Back to you, Coach Diane.
Thank you, Dr.
And let me stop
Okay,
my.
thank you very much, Doctor. Amazing, guys. Such an inspiration speech from our great speaker for first session in this morning. And then, Doctor, actually, we have some question from the audience. The first one from Mr. Tisan Marimutu. And he asked that, Doctor, what are the specific reasons for the high rates of physical and sexual violence among individual aged 30 to 39? The first one. And then the second one
Can we
is
go one question at a time,
from,
Coach Diane? Can we go one question at a
okay,
time, please?
never mind, one by
Okay.
one. I
And
can
maybe
answer
I
the
can
first.
entertain about 2 or 3 more questions after this one. Again, there are a
Okay,
lot of
all right.
varied reason, but one thing, well, what we have come to accept is that given the varied reasons, definitely one that is not excusable is to blame the victim, because victims of violence, sexual violence, for example, are usually blamed. That's why many who have become victims choose to just keep it to themselves for fear of being paraded, for fear of their identity being released and not being able to move forward from there. They double victimize themselves. Um, some irrational, what we know, of course, of the varied reasons is that the irrational blaming is that it's on the girl who did not dress well, who dresses sexily, or that the wife was a nagger, it's a toxic partner, or it's just dependent. When in fact we have recognized in our practice that violence can also be because of psychological disorder of the partner, and inability to regulate emotions of the abuser. This is on the abuser and not on the victim. I hope that answers at least just that. I do not have the specific reasons, but I am speaking more based on my experience with my clients. Go ahead, Coach Dayan, to
All
the
right,
next one.
thank you very much, Doctor, for the answer. Yeah. All right. The second one is, what are the most effective strategies to prevent violence against women? Thank you. From Farida Arahim.
Mhm. We are all in agreement that the reason why we're having this conference is to make people aware. That is the first step. Make people aware that there's a law that protects them, and that encourages them to come out. Because the second step from awareness comes the availment, help seeking behavior. How do we encourage women? Right now, we cannot just go door to door and tell them, if you are a victim, let us know. That's why it's important that we continually expose women, citizens in general, to laws and policies that are already in place so that they know they can be empowered without us having to really tell each one of them. So we have awareness and encouraging help seeking behavior. Because on our end, we are all in agreement here that since you know that you're familiar with the laws, you can provide it, but you can only be of help if people seek our help. Go ahead. One last question, Coach Diane.
Okay, the last one, maybe from PEKA or from my side. In your opinion, Doctor, which specific law or policy in the Philippines have proven to be particularly effective in addressing violence against women and children and could serve as a model to another countries, Doctor?
Uh, the RA 9262 has always been our go-to policy. Having that into law now makes us more brave, that we have a law that can support us in as we support our clients. What we do, of course, is that when we detect that the client or your patient is being subjected to abuse, is that you can already share that, there's a law, and that you need to recognize that this law already defined for you the acts of violence that you may be experiencing right now, that you're thinking you're not, that you might be thinking, because I have clients who are thinking, but I'm not being abused. It's just that my partner happens to be very expressive, or that I'm not being abused because it just happened that my partner doesn't have the right vocabulary and screams at me, shames me in public, because it's his issue on emotions regulations. When in fact, yes, that is his issue, but to victimize you is never excusable. And that means you have the law that already defined that for you. So RA 9262, the rest of the laws that I shared with you, the Magna Carta on Women, the expanded VAUSI law is also targeted to that. The cybercrime law is also a protection, but it's more encompassing to any form of cybercrime. So it's really the RA 9262 plus the expanded House bill. It's still not a law right now. It's still a proposal, but it would help to also educate women that even when they're already being victimized online, that they can already file a legal case against that person, damaging their reputation. There you go.
Amazing, Dr. RA 9262. So probably the another country also can focusing on that and helping in our own country. I repeat, you can use that for repetition, inshallah, in the
Why
future.
not?
Okay, Doctor. Our deepest appreciation to Dr. Christina for her heartfelt and insightful presentation, particularly regarding legal and psychosocial strategies in addressing violence against women and children in the Philippines. Before we move to the next session, we would like also like to share an exciting announcement actually for you guys. This coming November, if I'm not mistaken, 2025. PEKA has been invited by Dr. Christina to attend the PEKA convention in Manila, Philippines. So, Doctor, maybe you can share about the becoming program or any news in Philippines. And then, inshallah, PEKA will bring a team to Manila. And then for those guys who would like to join us, you can please do not hesitate to tell us, and then we can go together. Uh, can Doctor share a bit about the event?
Thank you, Coach Diane. I very much appreciated that you brought it up. Yes, we will be having our conference today. In fact, that's why I shared to Coach Diane and requested that I be presenting first, because after I leave the meeting, I'll be actually going to the board meeting of APECA, because we need to already set the program for the conference. But we do have our yearly program, but we have already targeted, most likely, well, not most likely, it will be in Manila. The conference will be held on November 19, 20, and 21. So we would like to invite you. Please feel free to visit our Facebook page at APECA Phil. That was the one I wrote in my last slide. That's AP. If I can write it in the chat box, please visit us there. We will be sharing the announcement on the PEKA Facebook. Uh, I'm writing it here in our chat. Please feel free to visit us so that we can give the update there, and that we will be happy to have you there. We've also invited some of the PECA uh, officers, the ones that we work with, to also have their own presentation. We will give you more information, and I have Coach Diane. I hope it's okay, together with our speakers. No, we have our group chat in the WhatsApp. I can send it there so that hopefully the PECA members will learn some more as we move forward. So it would be today, well, when we decide on where it will be, but most likely it would be, because many of us are professors from De La Salle University. That's why we can, and we would most likely have it in that university and a hotel nearby for the conference. Okay, so thank you so much. I hope to see you there.
Thank you very much, Doctor. Just now you also said PR. I thought that one the PR was back. The words PR. And then later on, inshallah, on November, we can fly together, guys, from Malaysia. Maybe we can bring almost 20. Actually, we have discussed with Mr. Safwan before, and we are planning to bring 20 of us from Malaysia. And there also an opportunity to present a paper during the event, actually. All right. Thank you very much again for our first speaker, Dr. Christina Esquivel Saldivar from the Philippines. Please give big applause to
So much.
her. Thank you very much again, Dr. Masya Allah, Tarakallah. Okey, Alhamdulillah, tuan-tuan dan puan, sebentar tadi sudah selesai untuk sesi yang pertama. Sekali lagi kita ucapkan tahniah kepada ni. Sebelum kita lupa, can we open our video together? We'll take a picture or memorandum gitu dengan with Dr. Christina. We'll take some picture. Because after this, she had a meeting to attend.
PECA.
So this is the right time with PEKA for taking picture. Can Coach Masura help us to snap the picture? So tuan-tuan dan puan dipersilakan untuk buka videonya, boleh? Untuk kita bergambar bersama dengan speaker, silakan. Yang lain juga kita buka gambar, video bersama dengan speaker sebagai tanda apa dek? Sebagai tanda kenang-kenang. Mungkin saya punya line problem. Okay, semua senyum. Masuk bagi arahan 1, 2, 3 supaya orang dengar. Oh, yang lain ada? Okay. I think maybe another committee boleh untuk screenshot kan, ataupun siapa-siapa yang ada guna ni, sebab kami sedang ada cabaran lain kat sini sebab jadi gelap. Even slide speaker tadi pun kita tak nampak, dia jadi gelap je kat sini. Ada siapa-siapa tuan-tuan dan puan yang boleh bantu untuk screenshot kan, nanti boleh share dekat grup peserta. Alright. Okay, thank you very much again, Dr. Christina, for the first session. Okay guys, tuan-tuan dan puan, bapa ibu sekalian, dari Filipina kita akan beralih pergi ke Thailand. Jadi adakah kita boleh check adakah speaker kita sudah bersedia? Boleh bantu komiti untuk checkkan kita punya speaker Dr. Kanlaya sudah ada dalam sesi. Dr. Kan ada. Okay. Ladies and gentlemen, our second speaker is the Vice President of the Faculty of Humanities and Social Science at Prince of Songkhla University, Thailand. She also served as a lead researcher in the Teaching and Education Research Association, TERA, and is regularly invited to international forum addressing women's leadership and peace building. Let us now welcome Dr. Kehadiran from Thailand. Sawasdi Dr. Inshallah. We warmly greet Dr. Kehadiran with a traditional Thai welcome. Yindi Tonrap. It's our joy welcome you here today to share her perspective. Baiklah tuan-tuan dan puan, kita akan beralih kepada sesi yang kedua. Penceramah kedua kita adalah Naib Presiden Fakulti Kemanusiaan dan Sains Sosial di Prince of Songkhla University, Thailand. Beliau juga merupakan penyelidik utama dalam Teaching dan Education Research Association TERA dan sering dijemput ke forum antarabangsa berkaitan kepimpinan wanita dan pembinaan keamanan. Baiklah tuan-tuan dan puan, kita alu-alukan Dr. Kanlaya Darha dari Thailand dan kami dari Malaysia, dari negara lain juga mengalu-alukan kehadiran Dr. Kanlaya dengan sapaan mesra tradisional Thailand iaitu Yindi Tonrap. Kehadiran doktor amat kami hargai untuk berkongsi pandangan yang sangat bermakna pada hari ini. Dengan tajuk pembentangan beliau ialah peranan wanita dalam isu keganasan rumah tangga di wilayah sempadan selatan Thailand. Sama-sama kita sambut Dr. Kanlaya dari Thailand. Let us now welcome Dr. Kehadiran from Thailand. Please give a big applause for her.
Thank you.
Silakan,
Thank
Doktor.
you. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Please press the PowerPoint to Mami.
Okay, sure.
Yes.
Okay.
Thank you.
Coach Masro will have Mami for sharing. Actually guys, kita biasa panggil Mami lah kepada doktor. Okay, this is the slide.
Yeah.
The floor is yours. Okay.
Please kindly play the slide for Mami. Yeah, thank you. Yeah. Mami send the new ones.
Oh, you send the new one?
Yeah,
Wait,
thank you.
check with Coach Afwan. Sorry, Doctor. Doctor share through email, right?
Yeah. I sent
Okay.
them
Wait for a while.
okay.
Okay.
to
Okay.
PEKA, to Counselor Anda. Yeah. Okay, thank you.
We are sorry, Mami. Actually, we checked in the email, but we didn't receive the latest one
Yeah,
in the
okay. The
email.
old,
The
the
old one,
old one.
okay? All right.
Okay, okay.
Okay, thank you.
Yeah, thank you. Thank you. The old one. Okay, it's okay. The old one because the new law in Thailand. Yeah.
Oh, the changes of the law, is it?
Yeah, the new one. Okay,
Okay.
it has about the women's role in domestic violence in southern border Thailand. Yeah. Okay. Okay. This okay or not? Sorry.
The slides are already ready for you, Mami.
Yeah, thank you. Okay. Assalamualaikum again. On the first, Mami, thank you to the president and coach Muhammad Dayan and Sofan and all, okay, and all the audience to visit Mami today. Okay, okay, ready? Ready, please? Ready? The presentation ready? Okay. Muhammad, please, the presentation is ready?
Okay.
Yes? Yeah.
Ready. Yes.
The women's role on domestic violence in southern border province Thailand. Okay, Mommy don't see the slide because Mommy in the journey. Yeah, okay. Mommy can see the presentation. Sorry, can see.
From my phone, I can see the presentation. And how about the rest? Peserta yang lain nampak tak slide-nya?
Nampak tidak? Nampak tidak ada slide? Nampak? Mommy in the
Yang
journey.
daripada lain cakap nampak.
Nampak
The
lah.
front slide. Ya, nampak.
Nampak.
Masih di slide yang pertama. Still in the first page.
Ya, Mami baca, Mama tidak nampak slide. Mami in the journey, ya, please. The woman's role on domestic violence in southern border provinces, Thailand. Why in the Thailand has the most domestic, the southern border Thailand, many domestic violence in the Thailand, yeah. Mami in the civic women at Prince of Songkhla University and the Coordination Center for Children and Women in Southern Provinces, Thailand. Okay. Please, Mami tidak nampak the slide. Mami baca nah, baca ya. Introduction.
It's okay, Mami. It's okay, no problem.
Introduction, the study into life qualitative method During January to November 2023, 2 imams, 3 Muslimah victims, and 7 Muslimah in counseling women's room or Muslimah women club in southern border provinces, Thailand. Is okay? Is okay? Yes. Objective to investigate on women's role in southern border provinces, Thailand. About the research, my research. Result, the finding revealed that it has the counselors, those were the women in Muslimah Women Club, to counsel, empower, and advise for the victim women affected the domestic violence. It should have the kutubah for the males for look after the females. 3. It should have the counseling room or the Muslimah Women Club every province in the southern border provinces of Thailand for conduct well-being victim women in forever. You know, in Thailand it has the Islamic law in 4 provinces, Pattani, Yala, Narathiwat, and Stone. It's used it's those Islam law in the 4 provinces of Thailand, not all of Thailand. Okay, next please. Domestic and family violence occur in the world, Asia, Thailand, and in the southern border provinces of Thailand. Globally, it estimates 736 million women, almost 1 in 3 subject to physical and or sexual intimate partner violence, or non-partner sexual violence, or both at least once in their life. Around 30% of women aged 15 and older and around 55% of women live in Asia have experienced physical or sexual violence in their lifetimes. Next, please. 7 countries with the high rates of domestic violence. You see in the graph, you see, Mommy cannot see my presentation, but you see, Dayan, Muhammad Dayan, you see, everybody can see? Yes. You know, Cameroon,
Yes.
Brunei, Lesotho, Zambia, Gabon, South Sudan, Bolivia, Nauru, Liberia, Uganda, Afghanistan, Equatorial Guinea, Vanuatu, the Democratic Republic of Congo, Solomon Island, Bangladesh, Papua New Guinea, Fiji, and Kiribati. You know, 20 countries with the high race violence. Okay, next. Domestic violence in Thailand, you know, many violence in domestic. Some women are dying because the men hit the woman, hit their wives, you see. And domestic violence is occur in the child too, about verbal and physical. The data from the Public Health Ministry indicate that over 8,600 women annually experience either sexual violence. These mainly younger people or physical violence. This is predominantly in domestic or family setting. The Injury Prevention Division of the DDC compile injury statistics from more than 50 hospitals across Thailand. This for the period 29 to 21. It shows an annual average of over 8,500 women subject to physical abuse. Among these victims, women on the age range of 20 to 24 make up over 16% of the victims, with a majority of 60% experiencing by physical abuse, often within the confines of their homes. Additionally, young women aged between on the age of 10 to 14 years of age, they account for more than 31% of the cases of sexual assault. Bangkok Post, November 2022, recently. Okay, next please. Okay, Dayan, Muhammad Dayan. Okay, next please. Okay, Thailand domestic violence stats with COVID-19. You know COVID-19 everybody in the house. What's happened? What's happened to the family? With COVID-19, it was known that domestic violence increased in a survey done in 2001 with more than 1,000 existing respondents. It is more than 40% of those interviewed said that they saw an increase in domestic violence among family members. The Women and Men Progressive Movement Foundation noted that in 2021, watching 11 online newspapers, there were just over 370 cases of domestic abuse. Over 60% were husband killing wives. Very dangerous, very harmful, in Thailand. Husband killing the wives recently, about knocking, about hitting, about kicking, every die. The woman die, the wives die. Likewise, in the next category, it is just over 60% were boyfriends killing girlfriends. For both groups, 60% was attributed to jealousy, while 34% were breakups. Then 43% were murder by knives, 34% with sharp objects, and 80% were assault. Bangkok Post, June 2023, in Bangkok Post newspaper. Okay, next please. Muhammad, okay. In 2022, there have been several NGOs, asking to lighten the load by enacting the following. One, ensure that prostitution, sex workers. I don't know, many in Thailand, sex workers. It's not legalized, and that vaping in Thailand remain illegal. In Thailand, sex workers are illegal. To access to shelters for women experiencing domestic abuse. 3, better enforcement of child maintenance by the government. There are also ethnic customs that need to be reviewed. This is mainly in the north of Thailand. In the north of Thailand, Chiang Mai, Chiang Rai, Strat, you see? Have you been in Chiang Mai? Have you visited in Chiang Mai? Okay. This is mainly the north of Thailand where you will find 34 children getting married. Only 30-year-old children getting married. Once they give birth, there is difficulty in registering their children. This is mainly because they are still children. Those who fall under LGBTQ community, LGBTQ, in Thailand it has the married for men and men, in Thailand with men and men. In Thailand, it has the law for married with men and men and men, and with women and women in Thailand. You see, in Thailand, it says the law about this. Recently, in the last year, it has the recently. Many of women married with women, many men married with men. What's happened? Because Italy said it's equally, the people are equal. There are also any custom that need to be reviewed. This is mainly in the north of Thailand where you find, okay, those who fall under LGBTQ community also have the issue with domestic abuse. Okay, next, the definition of domestic violence. Domestic violence compasses various actions with the intent to harm the physical, mental, or emotional well-being of any member of the family. A member of the family is any person who depends on spouse, cohabitants, and children, or lives in the same household, adopt children. These also comprise deliberate actions that could potentially jeopardize the health or safety of individuals in the family unit. Additionally, it involves coercive or manipulative tactics utilizing immoral influence to dictate the action or inaction of family members or to make them accept wrongful behaviors. It is important to note that the definition includes action resulting from negligence. In Thailand, it said the new act. Now it is the new act, and now it's adapted in the new acts, because the violence is increasingly, the violence the domestic violence increase in Thailand. The purpose of the act, unique nature of domestic violence. Domestic violence cases are intricate and sensitive. They involve close personal relationships and possess distinct characteristics. The differentiates them from general case of personal assault. Need for victim protection, because not only women are victim, I think men are victim too. It's domestic violence, but at least I see, at least in Thailand, the men got domestic violence. But many in the deep south of Thailand, the domestic violence is occur with the women, because the women must respect the husband, in the deep south of Thailand. Respect the husband. Don't talk a lot. Don't work in outside if the husband prohibit them. Okay, it's very important in Thailand because it's a new act for protect the men or the people or the women who affected the violent domestic violence. Need for victim protection. Given the specific dynamics of domestic violence, it is considered more appropriate to establish laws that prioritize the protection of the victim rather than applying traditional criminal procedure. Rehabilitation and deterrence. Laws aimed at protecting victims of domestic violence provide opportunities of offenders these to reform themselves and serve as deterrent against future offenses. Protection of vulnerable parties, children, juvenile, and other individuals victims, the family, they have a fundamental right to be shielded from violent acts and unfair treatment. Mommy, I am assistant judge in the law too and juvenile law at the provincial in Pattani, Mommy works at the assistant judge at the of the juvenile court now because Mommy can protect the children, can protect the women who affected the domestic the violence because it had the law to protect them. It's very important. Mommy is only Muslim women or two Muslim women to work assistant judge at the juvenile court of Pattani. It's very important to protect the men or women or the children who affected the domestic violence now. Now Mommy is stand to do everything to protect them. Yes. The issue with the act, the limited authority due to the notification requirement. One key challenge is that officials can only take measures in domestic violence cases if there has been a prior notification from the distressed individual who intends to take legal action. It must have the law. It must have the legal to protect the man or woman or the children who affected the domestic violence. Media coverage and violation of personal rights. The text also mentioned issues related to media coverage of domestic violence cases. This will sometimes result in unreasonable violation of personal rights. Inconsistency with human rights, human rights in the deep south of Thailand, not only the domestic violence, but about violent situation. It occur every day. Some people are dying. Some people are injured. Some of them very bombarded in the deep south of Thailand. It's increasingly. Mommy think it's very important to have the woman to protect the children, to protect the woman together. Not only the domestic violence, but also the situation is very harmful now in the deep south of Thailand. Mommy think it's very important. The women can work together, can cooperate together to protect the women and the children in the deep south. Not only domestic violence, but also about the domestic situation. Protection personal information concern arrests regarding the protection of personal information of family members involved in domestic violence cases. Media coverage, inconsistency with human rights, and constitution principle. They are concerned that the legal framework must have the legal of domestic violence cases might not align with international human rights standards. Challenge with official work mechanism. Problems are identified with the working mechanism of officials, including shortage of personnel, shortage, as well as challenge in terms of command and organization structure with government agencies. Women's role in certain border provinces of Thailand is very important, because Mami is in the south of Thailand, knows about the situation about domestic violence, knows about the situation of violence now, but increasingly non-stop. What's happened now? The civic society, Mami in civic society in Prince of Songkla, comprised of many organizations. Women work together. In certain border provinces of Thailand, they are all women, such as Civic Women, We Peace, Muslimah clubs in Narathiwat, and Muslimah club in Yala. It has Muslim club to consult to empower the women who affected the violent situation, not only domestic violence, civic society. We Peace Muslimah Club in Narathiwat and Muslim Club in Yala, they voice and propose to have the counseling room or Muslimah room club to empower the victim women in certain border provinces of Thailand. They advise the Islamic Council provincial headquarters should collaborate with Muslim clubs for conducting well-being of victim women. Civic Women tries Mami in the Civic Women organization now. Many duties, many tasks to do. Civic Women try to collaborate with the Islamic Council provincial headquarters in Pattani, Yala, Narathiwat, and Songkhla provinces. They propose them to have the counseling room or Muslimah room to solve, console, and empower the victim women. We Peace and the project promoting civic society, NGOs. We collaborate with NGO too, because NGO is very strong in the deep south of Thailand. NGOs people will held a project for stopping the domestic violence and promoting the peace in the southern border Thailand, not only domestic. My mommy mentioned violent situation too and domestic violence. We work together. The main project to empower the women role to protect domestic violence and promoting the peace in the southern border provinces of Thailand, promoting not only stop the domestic violence, promoting about the peace in the deep south of Thailand too. The picture, Mami don't see. You see the picture? The women try to collaborate together for stop the violent situation and domestic the violence. Two situations, domestic violence and violent situation who occur with many bombard, many injured, many die. We try to do two situations. Okay, you see? In Thai word, but let me translate. The empowerment in Narathiwat, Muslimah club in Narathiwat, and stop the violence in the deep south of Thailand. Stop the domestic violence and stop the violence in the deep south of Thailand. We try to do together. Okay. Yes. You see, the deputy of the southern border of Thailand, he knows about the violent situation and domestic violence. And Mami try to work together about two situations about domestic violence and stop the violence in the deep south of Thailand. You see, we work together. And thus, the children impact about domestic violence, what's happened to the children. The children may suffer a range of behavioral and emotional disturbance. They imitate the situation. When the children see the parents hit together, what's happened? Or see the men for the husband, for the father hit their mother, what's happened? They imitate in the future when when we be the husband. About the psychology, about this. They imitate the situation. Immediate partner violence has influence with the child. The social and economic costs of intimate partner and sexual violence are enormous, and the effect on women. Women may suffer isolation, inability to work, loss of wage, lack of participation in regular activities. Their husband prohibit their wives to go to outside to do many works. Yeah. Lack of participation in regular activity and participation with any person in the society, because they must take care of their family and their children, only take care their children, only take care their husband. What's happened for the women? Women are very strong to do many things, okay? But in the family, must do, must look after first. Mommy is the woman. Mommy knows about this duty. Yes, okay. Lockdown of the COVID-19. The lockdown during the COVID-19, it increased the domestic violence dramatically, because they stay in the same house, not go outside, cannot go outside. Because the social economic impact, cannot earn the money, COVID lockdown, pandemic, and its social economic impact have increased the exposure of women to abusive partner and his non-risk factor while limiting their access to services. The situation of humanitarian crisis and displacement may exacerbate existing violence such as by intimate partners, as well as non-partner sexual violence, and they made the victim got depressed. For preventing response to the COVID-19 pandemic, many governments around the world have implemented lockdown or mass quarantine measures because they propose to prevent the virus spread, but impact the members in the family. It had domestic violence and child, and it related the isolation, because when we stay at the home together, whatever cannot go outside by COVID, but domestic were increased in that time. The analyzed Canadian police call for service data from 2015 to 2022. It was relevant both domestic violence and child abuse. They increased domestic violence rapidly. In Thailand, domestic violence in Thailand, the new Domestic Violence Victim Protection Act of 27 about the law to protect the men or women or people affected the domestic violence is very suitable. But now it's had the new law. The new law, I think in the next year, it had the new law for protecting the domestic violence. It's very, 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 it's better than this law. The new Domestic Violence Victim Protection Act of 27 is very beneficial to protect the victim women. It is the safeguards for prevent them from enduring abuse within their homes. As emphasized by non-governmental organizations, furthermore, the legislation relies on reconciliation between the abuser and the victim. The act are able to protect the victim women. The apply to the offender shall be condition governing the agreement. The court, mommy mentioned first, mommy works at the juvenile court. The court inquirer is to take into consideration the opinions of the victim or any family members involved. Mommy listen about the wives affected the domestic violence or the child affected the violence. Mommy listen, mommy try to work with the lawyer to protect the women and the children in the law, in the court. Okay, Thailand map. Thailand map. Thailand top 10, now. Thailand top 10 in the world for violence against women and girls now. Thailand. Domestic violence like to be the cultural norm in Thailand. The traditional society accept the patriarchy. By some verses that you love a cow, tie it. If you love a child, spank it. In Thailand, but I think it's not the same of Malaysia, right? The same or it's not the same. The headline in the Chinese paper are attest the growing trend of household violence and physical abuse to rape and murder. The data collecting Women and Men Progressive Movement Foundation from 2022, the study Thai newspaper plus online media shed light on the daily reality of domestic violence. A total of 372 news article report case domestic violence during the year. You see about murders, alcohol abuse, physical harm, drug abuse, suicide, sexual violence, other forms of abuse. You see about the statistic. Thailand, the southern provinces of Thailand, it has Pattani, Yala, Narathiwat. You see, Songkhla, Andaman. Domestic has is increasingly now, not only now in the past, but now the woman can voice better than before. Yeah. The domestic violence in the deep south of Thailand. In 2022, there were a total of 3,030 cases at Narathiwat and Yala. Very increasing. The counseling offices of Muslimah Club combined, according to documents shared with the Globe. The physical violence was component in 23% of these cases, 201 cases in Narathiwat, and 486 in Yala. And during 2019 to 2023, there were 1,346 cases, and become the widow, you know, very, I think mommy is very sad when mommy see the widow. There were the widow 742 cases. Furthermore, addition to her own women's network, Pusu is very, now she passed away, but she has done many things for women in domestic violence. Very strong. She is very strong, but now she passed away on around 2 months. Pusu brought together the Muslim Club in Narathiwat, Muslim Women Welfare Association in Yala, and the Thailand Association of Social Workers. You know, social workers collaborate with the Muslimah in Narathiwat and Yala, with the support from Oxfam Thailand. They set up the office in Narathiwat and Yala, and it trained to be counselors. Counselors are very important person to look after the children, after the women affected the domestic violence. And the volunteers, NGO, you know, train the NGO too. And also brought in a team of trainers from Thailand, Malaysia, and Indonesia. Indonesia came to Thailand, and Malaysia came to Thailand around 2 years ago. Mommy remember about 2 years ago. Yeah. The Muslimah Women Club in Narathiwat and Yala, the Islamic Council Provincial Headquarters in Narathiwat and Yala collaborate with Muslimah Women Club. Muslimah Women Club President in Narathiwat is Mrs. Sarina Jelok, and Muslimah Women Club President in Yala is Mrs. Nida Itele. They consult and empower the women affected the domestic violence in their family. Some of them were abused, some of them were neglected, and some of them got mental health. You know, some white got mental health who affected the domestic violence. They had a total 300 cases in 2008, and they resolved 100 of them from their one room with large window opening to view the comings and going at the Islamic Council Provincial Headquarters in Narathiwat. Muslimah got the domestic, they don't go to the government agencies. Why? Why they don't go to the government agency for assistance? Because they use different language, Jawi. You know Jawi in the market, in Malaysian makan. Yes, right? Listen me or not? Listen mommy or not?
Listen, mommy.
Mommy. Yeah, they say Jawi, you know, makan, make, makan. Minum, minum in Malaysia, minum. Nah?
Minum.
Minum is like but not different. of their ignorance of the law, said Rasidah Pusu. She passed away. Mami also mentioned it. A journalist in Patani and a journalist in Patani who started the Women Network. She started the Women Network around many years started because she is very strong. She is the journalist too, you know. Journalists are very strong. It occurred a violent situation in the Deep South in 2007. You know, violent situation. Mami mentioned two cases, two situations: domestic violence and violent situation. The violent situation now is increasing because about the bombard, about the injury, about many people are die. About about the monks die, about the soldier die, about the Muslim die, many now in the deep south of Thailand. But start in 2007, but non-stop now. Muslim women join force against domestic violence in the deep south. The women groups in the deep south of Thailand were against the conservative religious context. You know, in the deep south of Thailand, I think a meeting is not the same of Malaysian, but some religious leader is very strong idea. Don't prohibit the women to work outside the house. The broad taboo topics such as domestic violence to propose the governing women for protect them and find the ways to advocate the victim women. The women groups and NGO, we work with NGO, has constructed their own counseling network, which means women club for women victims and two officers in the Islamic Council Provincial headquarters in Dala and in Narathiwat. The cause of domestic violence is patriarchy deeply in the minds of many Muslim women. They must believe and respect their husband. You know, in the deep south, many women must mommy respect my husband too, but mommy can talk together, okay? Can talk and show mommy opinion. Nah? They must believe and respect their husband. If they dispute with their husband is strong with the God, they will ta'at. You know, ta'at. Don't believe the husband. In their mind and their husband's action, they accept male social dominance. They tolerate and rationalize domestic violence. They always choose to remain silent more than voice. The women silent more than voice because they are afraid of their husband. They are afraid about the religion. They think Ta'at is very, she is very afraid about Ta'at. Religious leaders in the deep south of Thailand next. Religious leader Imam play an essential spiritual role in the Malay Muslim. In the deep south, they say Malay Muslim. Communities in the south of Thailand, when addressing marital disputes, many of them often overlook our women, and they always suggest that women should remain loyal and respect to their husbands. In the honor, Imam is the mediator between the husband and wife. When the victim women return home, they need a divorce with their husband because of the men didn't afford the payment nafkah. You know nafkah? Mommy done describe, done explain for them, and many times they got abused. In 2019, WOW report there were 240 cases of violence against women in Narathiwat province. The cause of violence are illegal drugs, about drug addiction, many drug addiction in the deep south of Thailand. When many work at the court, the case about drug addiction, there are many about the the boys and the girl got drug addiction, many got drug addiction. And gambling 48%, followed by polygyny 33%, many wives, okay, polygyny. And other reason 19% in 2022, the Narathiwat and Jala Province Islamic Council Office of Muslim Women Club report there were 3,030 such case Malay Muslim women local culture deeply rooted in patriarchy by Muslim Malay tradition. Female victims of violence in the Deep South endure in silence. They suffer in bicultural, You know about culture, respect the husband. It's very good, but sometimes women can voice. This suffer it is by cultural unequal access to the justice, and they must accept the male's action. Okay, the manual really, mommy write this manual in the deep south of Thailand because mommy is the academic at coordination center for children and women in the southern border provinces of Thailand. Mommy write this manual. The manual regulation and measure the protection children and women in the deep south of Thailand. 3 years ago, mommy write this manual, the first manual in Thailand about protecting the children and women in the deep south and Thailand. There is the manual and measure for protecting children and women in the deep south of Thailand. If there is victim women got the domestic violence, they can voice. There are social workers, to collaborate together. For psychiatrists and attorneys, when my mommy works at the juvenile court, there has the attorneys. To protect them simultaneously, they work with interdisciplinary team for solve this problem. Coordination Center for Children and Women in Southern Border Provinces, 2021. Mommy write this manual. Okay. Islamic teaching. The Quran affirms men and women human dignity equal. Yes, right? 70 to 70. We have certainly honored the children of Adam. Yet it does not deny different men and women. Surah Al-Hujurat 49:13. We create you from male and female. Islamic teaching and principle underscore equal partnership between men and women. The Quran does not specify particular characteristic of any gender or suggests how either gender should behave towards and respect each other. Men and women must respect each other, and wives and husbands must respect each other. According to the Quran, woman is not blamed for the fall of man. Pregnancy and childbirth are not seen as punishment for eating from forbidden tree. On the contrary, the Quran considers them to be grounds for love. Ground for love, you must love together, listen together. Yes, right? Wife with husband. On the contrary, the Quran considers them to be ground for love and respect due to mothers. Both genders are recipients of divine breed, since they are created with the same human and spiritual nature. Nafsin wa idah. Mommy write this article, about the domestic violence in the deep south of Thailand, publishing now. Okay. The domestic violence in the deep south of Thailand, the data of Muslim camp in Yala, okay, Mommy mentioned about at the first data of Muslim Club in Jala, there were 1,346 cases. Mami mentioned earlier. The domestic violence occurs in the world, in Asia and in Thailand. It made the women victim got depressed, traumatic disorders, isolated, specifically in the deep south of Thailand. There are two Muslim clubs in the Islamic Council provincial headquarters in Narathiwat and Yara to counsel and empower the women victim when they got mental health and physical abuse from the husband. But it has no headquarters. It has no Muslim women club in Pattani. Everybody try to talk with Baba. The women drawn on domestic violence. Mami write this research, right, and publishing now. To investigate on women's role on domestic violence in southern border provinces, Thailand methodology. Mami mentioned first in earlier, yes. Result, the victim Muslim view that I have never visit anywhere, Oh, so sorry, the voice of the deep south of Thailand. I have never visited anywhere. I'm housewife. I have done everything in my family. My husband abused me because of drug addiction. I would like to have someone to hear me. I went to Muslim clubs for listening me. My husband punished me and he neglect me because he has someone else. You know, in the deep south, and I'm 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. I don't know. Because he has someone else, I'm glad to have Muslimah Club for listen me and empower me. I am glad to have Muslimah Club because it had women to listen us. You know, women shy to have the men to listen them. You know, she would like they would like the women listen with women. You know, because about some people, some wives were punished by the husband. You see, about the body, about men, they got the mental health. My husband punished me and neglect me because he has someone else. I am glad to. Okay, yes, I am glad to Muslim Club because it have women to listen us. I am not available to tell with the man or someone else. It's privacy, you know. When we talk with someone else about husband, it's not good, you know. They would like the woman to listen them. The imam view that I agree to have Muslim club for victim women, but it must have separate the room from male, you know, because male and women cannot work together in the Islamic Council. All of us agree women talk the with women is better. They are able to empower and consider the victim women better than men. I agree to have Muslim club to empower the victim women. I think we can collaborate with for solve family problem together. The Muslimah Club view. We are delighted to have Muslimah Club for do the activities with their family. They can listen more because we are the mediator. If they can live together, they understand the situation. They understand the situation. We empower them, not only women, but for their family. In family should listen together. And we would like to have the Muslimah Women Club in every province in the deep south of Thailand. Province of Thailand about Pattani, Yala, Narathiwat, Satun, Songkhla, five provinces. Another province, though they are Muslim. Recommendation 1. The couple must have the duties and responsibility in their family. 2. They should talk kutubah. You know kutubah? Yes, right? Everybody knows about kutubah. Advise the husband role on Friday for their family. Pray for Friday. Pray on Friday. 3. The men must have the responsibility and give nafkah for their wife. 4. Follow hadith and Quran in the family and respect each other. 5. Be trust and be honor for their wives. 6. It should have Muslim club every province of Thailand. Those they have Muslim specifically in the deep south of Thailand. And and the research and Mami into some of them would like to have the new law for protect the women or the men affected or the affected the domestic violence in the deep south of Thailand. Okay, thank you, Mami. And a little bit in the deep south of Thailand, not only domestic violence, but the violent situation. Mami mentioned earlier about bombard, about injury, about the widow woman, about the orphan, many occurring in the deep south of Thailand. Me and my friend and my organization must collaborate with the with other organization to protect women, the children in the deep south of Thailand. Thank you. Yes. Oh, panjang panjang tak? Terima kasih. Okay. Terima kasih. Thank you very much, Muhammad. Coach Muhammad. Very long, but the article has already published now. Okay, thank you. Ready, JJ? Okay, yes. Okay. You would like to ask me? If anybody to ask me, thank you. Ask mommy. If anybody asks mommy about the violent situation in the deep south of Thailand, thank you. Ready? Ready? Thank you. Thank you so much. Okay. Thank you to invite mommy to talk about experience. Yeah.
Thank you very much, Mami, for sharing your experience taking
you.
care of the woman And the most important thing is that you are the only one Islam Muslim woman as an Iron Lady in Thailand. Uh, it looks like there is a question from the audience from Puan Nur Syazwani Ali. Mami, what is the
Yeah,
main point violence sexual are increasing in all country in your opinion? Inshallah.
yeah, okay. About domestic violence or about violent situation? You asked me about the violence
This one,
situation, about
can Puan Nur Syazwani? Yes, about all violence.
all violence, okay? Domestic violence, mommy works as civic woman, okay? Mommy is NGO too, you know. Mommy is academic too, okay? Mommy is the assistant judge in the juvenile court. Because mommy separate 2 points. The domestic violence, not only mommy to propose to the Ministry of Social Development and Human Security in Thailand said, propose to the government to have the new act to protect the domestic violence. Who affected domestic violence in the deep south of Thailand? You asked me about domestic violence. One first. Every women, every parties, we collaborate together with the government about coordination center for children and women in the deep south. We coordinate together to protect the women and children affected the domestic violence. For what? Because Babo, you know, Babo is very important, is the important leader in the deep south of Thailand. Many of them listen Babo, you know, listen the leader of Islam, Babo, you know, Imam. We try to work with Imam. We NGO, women, and the Coordination Center for Children and Women try to work with Imam to talk with the violence, the domestic violence. How we work together, because in Pattani, you know, it doesn't have the counseling room in headquarters Islamic in Pattani. It has no counseling room. We try to have the counseling room for Muslimah to talk with the women or the men affected the domestic violence or the children the affected the domestic violence. Try and the lawyer will visit the imam in Pattani, you know, to talk about domestic violence. Why we work together? Why we work together about the law? Together. Why we work together about the law? The law, the juvenile court has the law, you know, but the Islamic court, the Islamic court has not the law about only mediator with men and with husband and wives, but it has no laws. But the juvenile court had the law for protect men and women and children affected the domestic violence. Mommy and the lawyer try to work, and the imam try to work with imam. The imam is very important leader in the deep south of Thailand. We with mediator, not just aggressive, you know, just about mediator. Listen first, listen and listen. I think inshallah one day at the headquarters Islamic in Pattani or in Satun or in Songkhla must work together, because in Narathiwat and Yala work together with civil society and women who work with women and about domestic violence. Okay, and two about the violent situation now. You know, mommy, mommy would like to talk about the violent situation. About one slide after about the violent situation. It started in 2004, but non-stop now because it increasingly, I think, you know, Malaysian before this is the facilitator about BRN and the government of Thailand and Thai government, but now it's non-stop. It not. I think Mommy think it's very important because it changed the prime minister, it changed the president of ASEAN. You know, prime minister, your prime minister is the president of ASEAN, that's right? Yes. About politics. Mommy talk about politics. If Malaysian is the facilitator, it had the table talk with RN, BRN, talk with the government of Thailand, talk with the ASEAN, how we stop the violence in the deep south of Thailand. You know, 2 years ago or 1 year ago, it had the table talk with BRN and Malaysia. It has table talk. Now it's stopped about the table talk now. It's increasing the violent situation now. And my meeting, not only Mommy, everybody stop the table talk is increasing the violent situation in the deep south of Thailand. My meeting, if it has the table talk, continue to have the table talk, and Malaysia is facilitator. It's very nice, very good to stop the violence in the deep south. Yes, thank you. It's politics. Mommy Mommy think it's politics about the violent situation. Domestic violence, not politics, but the violent situation is the politics. Mommy think in Mommy because Mommy works a long time. Mommy think if we can collaborate together, Malaysia and Thailand, and about Islamic in the world, is very good. It's very nice for stop the violence in the deep south of Thailand. Oh, okay, okay, or not about politics.
About political view, mashallah tabarakallah. Inshallah, Mami, probably we can further planning in the future regarding this, mashallah. And then from our side, from my side, I would like to asking Mami about how do you feel as the only one Muslim woman that fighting for the right among women and children in Thailand, because you such as an Iron Lady for them actually. And how do you feel from your own perspective as a Muslim woman, Mami?
Mommy is only Muslim woman in the juvenile court. Yeah, Muslim woman in the south in the juvenile court. Mommy think Allah give Mommy to do this work. Mommy try to do the work of the best, you know, because Mommy think Allah give Mommy to be the assistant judge and mediator at the juvenile court. Mommy try to do many things, to talk with the lawyer, to talk the imam. Mommy think Allah hidayah Mommy to do this work. But in society, not only Mommy, many women to work together, collaborate with the government, collaborate with the Minister of Social Development and Human Security. Not only Mommy, but in the juvenile court, okay, Mommy, because the juvenile court select. Mommy think Mommy not the best woman. Select about the moral, about the Mommy finish at social work. Mommy think Mommy finish social work. The law thing Mommy can do about social worker, about to casework, community and family, can do everything. The court of Thailand, not only the Patani, the court, you know, about the king. You assist judge of the juvenile court, the king select. You know, the king select. Not only juvenile court at Patani select about moral, about Mommy, I don't know, mommy think inshallah about alhamdulillah about the God select mommy. Mommy try to do the best in my duty at the job. Yeah. Okay. I think.
MashaAllah,
But
tabarakallah. Because that's the tough job actually, because too much bombing and also harassment. So many things that happen in the southern of Thailand actually, in nowadays. But Alhamdulillah, if I'm not mistaken, the latest one in the Ministry of Thailand also, there is a Muslim woman taking part in the ministry. If I'm not mistaken, is that true, Mami? A woman, Muslim woman, being one of the ministry in Thailand.
yeah. Muslim woman, it has it the head one. Mommy sees at the one
Right.
director of the Ministry of Social Development and Human Security. It has one Muslim from Satun. Very nice.
MashaAllah.
It has he tried to do everything for the law, for protect the children and women, to protect the people about human rights. She has done many things very good in Thailand. It has one Muslim in the Ministry of Social Development and Human Security. It's really nice, very good. Yeah, it has it.
MashaAllah. Okay, very good. And maybe last from me, just now Mami said that in Thailand they allowed the same-sex marriage LGBT. And then is there any consequence regarding the the quantity or regarding this kind of violence? Probably before this, most of the victims are women and kids. And then is there possibility nowadays, the because of the LGBT same marriage is open to the men also can be the victim in the latest issue maybe in Thailand?
Yes, because it has the new act. It will have the new act. My meeting is next year, I think, because it is passed in the cabinet, cabinet of the government passed. Not only women, not only protect the women, protect the LGBT, protect many partners. Yeah, because in Thailand, it has
Mm.
thing for LGBT, it protect LGBT too. I think it
Mm.
has the new, yeah,
That
because
that's mean uh the same-sex marriage didn't bring the good answer actually, I think. Because
yeah,
it occur a lot of troublesome actually.
yeah. But mommy in mommy mind, but because the government agree with the LGBT married with you LGBT. Men with men, only only one country in ASEAN is Thailand. You know, is
Mm-mm.
Thailand. It's very and Muslim. I think Baba disagree. In,
Disagree.
Maybe
Mashallah.
agree, but about the law of agree about this. Yeah.
Mm. MashaAllah, tabarakallah. Thank you very much. Again, ladies and gentlemen, we say thank you very much to Mami, Dr. Kanlaya Daraha from Patani, Thailand, with her speech just now. Give big applause to Mami, guys.
Thank
MashaAllah, tabarakallah.
you. To invite mommy. Thank you very much. Thank you, the president.
Yeah, mashallah, kakung ka. Maybe guys, you can open the video. We can take a picture together with mommy for memorable. Mashallah, tabarakallah. Uh, is
Yeah, mommy. Thank you,
is there
everyone.
anybody can helping me to taking
Yeah.
the picture? Can share in the group also.
Okay, stand by.
Okay.
1, 2, 3.
Mami, you cannot see your face. You can show your face. Okay.
Mami,
Okay, one more.
1, 2, 3.
satu, dua, tiga.
1,
Mami,
2, 3.
Mami finish at Malaysia. You in Malaysia, yeah.
Ada lagi ke yang nak buka gambar?
Gambar.
Okay. Ya, Mami pun ambil gambar tu. Never mind, Mami. We taking picture for you and then later on we send the picture to you.
Yeah.
Thank you
Yeah.
very much. Mami, thank you
Okay.
so much. It's nice when Mami talk with Malaysia because Mami finished PhD at Malaysia, you know, at Malaysia. It's really,
MashaAllah. Which university, Mami?
yeah, thank you. Goodbye. Selamat pagi. Ya, yes, right. Pagi lagi lah.
Selamat.
Pagi.
Masih pagi. MasyaAllah. Kakung kap.
Thank you. Thank you. So fun. Thank you all of you. Yeah, thank you. And the listener too, audience too.
MashaAllah. Later on, insyaAllah, we'll be planning for the next agenda or activities together with Malaysia and Thailand in the future.
Thank you.
Okay, guys.
Yeah.
Thank you very much again.
Thank you.
Barakallahu fiik. Semoga Allah memberkati usaha Mami di sana, tuan-tuan dan puan ya. Perjuangan yang sungguh luar biasa. Seorang wanita yang menjaga inilah juvenile case, woman juga. Sebab kita sendiri tahu apa cabaran besar yang dialami di selatan Thailand sebenarnya. Dan insyaAllah di Filipina sudah, di Thailand pun sudah. Kita tak ada buat break session tuan-puan, tapi sama-sama. Tapi sambil-sambil tu tuan-tuan nak lari ke tandas ke, nak ke apa itu, nak minum-minum ke, silakan. Feel free untuk itu ya. Saya pun tadi lari ke dapur dengan apa, dengan handphone pun saya bawa sekali nak dengar. Takut tertinggal sesinya. Masya-Allah, tabarakallah. Alhamdulillah, sangat-sangat membuka mata, membuka minda kita tuan-tuan dan puan bila kita dapat memahami ataupun mengenali apa yang berlaku dekat negara-negara tetangga sebenarnya. Mungkin kita rasa dekat Malaysia begini-begini aja, tapi di negara luar itu sepertinya banyak isu, banyak cabaran yang perlu mereka tempuhi. Semoga Allah memberkati usaha mereka, ya Allah. Okey, baiklah. Ladies and gentlemen, now we are going to our last session. Tapi bukanlah last session, ada lagi satu untuk sesi sharing daripada Dr. Siti ataupun Kosafwan nanti as a closing session. And then kita akan pergi ke third speaker. Okay, Philippines sudah, Thailand sudah. Tadi mabuhay, Sawadika untuk Thailand. Dan lepas ni kita akan pergi ke mana lagi? Kita akan ke Indonesia. Tuan-puan, Bapak Ibu semua ya, Masya Allah. Our third speaker is a leading psychologist from Indonesia, a senior lecturer and examiner for the Master of Psychology program at Universitas Medan Area Medan, Indonesia. She's also the head of the Amanah Psychological Consultation Center and a consultant for Child and Women Protection Program. I feel especially honored today as Dr. Amanah is not only a respected figure in this field but also one of my esteemed lecturer at Universitas Medan Area, where I'm currently pursuing my master's degree in psychology, ladies and gentlemen. It is a respect that I now invite Dr. Amanah Surbati from Indonesia. Her presentation today is titled Interpersonal Communication and Collaboration in Handling Case of Violence Against Women and Children. Tuan-tuan dan puan, Bapak Ibu semuanya, penceramah ketiga kita merupakan ahli psikologi terkemuka dari Indonesia, pensyarah kanan dan pemeriksa bagi program sarjana psikologi di Universitas Medan Area Medan, Indonesia. Beliau juga merupakan seorang ketua konsultansi psikologi amanah dan perunding bagi program perlindungan wanita dan kanak-kanak. Saya amat berbesar hati kerana Dr. Amanah juga merupakan pensyarah saya sendiri dan juga Kosafwan yang dihormati di Universitas Medan Area, tempat di mana kami sedang melanjutkan pelajaran di peringkat sarjana psikologi ini. Dan juga pensyarah kepada ni jugalah untuk Coach Masura juga ya. Dengan penuh hormat saya menjemput Dr. Amanah Subakti dari Indonesia dengan tajuk pembentangan beliau hari ini ialah komunikasi interpersonal dan kolaborasi dan menangani kes keganasan terhadap wanita dan kanak-kanak. Sama-sama kita sambut Dr. Amanah. Berikan tepukan gemuruh secara maya kepada Dr. Amanah Subakti dari Indonesia. Majlis mempersilakan. The floor is yours, Doctor.
Baik, terima kasih Dayan
Sama-sama.
atas undangannya.
Yes.
Selamat jumpa juga kepada kawan-kawan semua yang ada di Malaysia. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.
Waalaikumsalam warahmatullahi wabarakatuh, Dokter.
Iya, izin saya akan menyampaikan dengan bahasa Indonesia karena rumpun kita
Gak
sama.
apa-apa, Bu. Silakan, Bu.
Berarti bahasanya juga bisa dipahami oleh teman-teman semua yang ada di Malaysia. Ya. Senang sekali bisa berada di sini. Ada Dayan, ada Safwan, dan ada teman-teman lain yang ada di sini. Ya, tadi kita sudah mendengarkan dari dua pembicara sebelumnya, sungguh luar biasa. Semuanya kita membahas tentang case perempuan dan anak. Ya. Ketika kita membahas tentang case perempuan dan anak, di sini saya akan coba membahas seperti apakah pendekatannya ketika kita menangani kasus tersebut. Jadi mungkin lebih ke teknikal ya, bagaimana kita membahas seperti apa ketika kita mendampingi korban-korban kekerasan pada perempuan dan anak. Karena saya juga bertugas menjadi psikolog di perlindungan perempuan dan anak, sehingga saya juga langsung menangani atau melakukan pendampingan kepada korban, baik itu perempuan dan anak. Oke, next. Nah, ketika kita cerita tentang kekerasan terhadap perempuan dan anak, kalau di Malaysia namanya kekerasan apa ya? Keganasan ya? Dayan tadi sebutnya ya. Oke, ya. Jadi kita mungkin santai saja. Mungkin saya akan lebih banyak interaktifnya ya, karena ini udah jam siang. Menuju siang, saya yakin kawan-kawan semua nanti pada ngantuk ya kan kalau kita tidak lakukan interaksinya ya. Oke. Jadi yang termaksud kekerasan itu terhadap perempuan dan anak itu bisa kekerasan fisik. Kekerasan fisik itu seperti apa? Itu bisa dipukul, ya, dicubit. Nah, itu termasuk kekerasan fisik. Nah, kemudian seksual. Nah, ini dia. Seksual ini sudah kekerasan yang menjurus kepada perilaku seksual. Nah, kekerasan secara psikologis juga ini masuk dalamnya penelantaran, diabaikan, kemudian ucapan-ucapan yang kasar, yang keras, yang memang tidak pantas diterima oleh perempuan dan anak. Nah, dalam penanganannya butuh pendekatan ya multidisiplin dan kolaboratif. Jadi memang dalam penanganan kasus perempuan, kekerasan terhadap perempuan dan anak itu butuh sekali keterlibatan, baik itu dari hukum, ya itu mungkin lawyer, ya, kemudian psikologi, kesehatan, pendidikan, dan sosial. Nah, untuk kolaborasi yang memang semua pihak harus terlibat di dalamnya. Ya, oke, next. Nah, ini saya punya data. Ini kalau data ini adalah di kabupaten. Kalau di Malaysia apa namanya Dayannya? Kabupaten. Daerah, ya, oke, di satu daerah. Nah, kita punya kasus di tahun 2023. Nah, kasus terhadap kekerasan perempuan dan anak itu jumlahnya luar biasa banyak. Itu dalam satu tahun ada 195 kasus. Ya, itu nanti. Nah, kalau kita lihat kasus-kasusnya apa saja. Jadi kekerasan itu bisa pelecehan. Ya, masih pelecehan dia. Pelecehan itu belum sampai kegiatan seksual, tapi masih pelecehan. Nah, bisa kasusnya itu pencabulan. Nah, pemerkosaan. Nah, kemudian ada juga kasusnya itu adalah kekerasan dalam rumah tangga. Ya, ini yang terjadi. Kekerasan dalam rumah tangga itu bisa secara fisik dan bisa secara psikis. Ya. Nah, diskriminasi anak juga masuk di dalamnya. Anak yang didiskriminasikan. Ya. Terkait juga hak asuh anak. Ini banyak sekali permasalahan di mana ketika orang tua yang berpisah, ini masalah hak asuh anak ini sering menjadi suatu pertengkaran. Terjadi perebutan hak asuh anak. Nah, ini juga harus kita harus kita atasi juga karena ke dalam hal ini kita harus berbuat apa yang terbaik untuk anak. Ya, jadi tidak hanya kita, oh ya udah kasih aja ini untuk si ayah atau kasih aja ini untuk si ibu, tidak seperti itu. Harus dilakukan analisa kembali dan evaluasi. Jadi intinya ketika dia kepada siapa anak ini adalah untuk kepentingan terbaik bagi anak. Nah, ada juga anak berkebutuhan khusus. Nah, pas kita masuk juga anak berkebutuhan khusus, banyak kita dapati atau yang saya tangani ini anak berkebutuhan khusus yang dilakukan pencabulan, pemerkosaan ya oleh orang dewasa. Nah, ini sungguh luar biasa. Anak-anak ini harus sangat-sangat kita lindungi karena mereka sendiri tak paham kan apa yang terjadi pada dirinya. Ya, nah, kemudian anak yang berhubungan dengan hukum. Nih, ada anak-anak yang melakukan kejahatan yang masih usia anak dan mereka terkait dengan hukum. Nah, ini juga perlu kita bantu. Ya, ini tetap ditangani karena dia usianya anak. Oke. Nah, kemudian ada juga trafficking, kemudian ada penculikan anak, anak hilang, kemudian ada yang lesbian ya, LGBT ya, LGBT. Nah, inilah yang memang yang kita tangani. Kemudian ada juga eksploitasi anak. Nah, ini anak yang disuruh bekerja untuk menghasilkan uang. Ya, oke, next. Nah, ini untuk di tahun 2024 kasus kita juga ada, tetap sama. Yang ditangani adalah hal yang sama. Oke, bisa next. Nah, dari data tadi bisa kita lihat di tahun 2023 tadi, jumlah kekerasan pada anak perempuan itu 98. pada anak laki-laki 54. Jadi jangan salah. Ketika kita menganggap kekerasan seksual pada anak itu pada anak perempuan saja, pada anak laki-laki juga ini terdapat kekerasan seksual. Ya, nah kemudian jumlah kekerasan pada perempuan dewasa. Perempuan dewasa itu ada 43, yaitu lebih kepada masalah rumah tangga pada umumnya. Nah, kemudian di tahun 2024 kekerasan pada anak perempuan itu ada 87. Di tahun ini sudah ada pengurangan tapi sedikit ya, tidak banyak karena memang kita di Kabupaten Deli Serdang itu lebih mengupayakan preventif. Jadi lebih kepada sosialisasi seperti itu. Di mana ketika kita lakukan sosialisasi, semua pihak ikut terlibat di dalamnya. Sehingga kekerasan sudah mulai berkurang, tapi tak banyak, sedikit saja. Berarti memang harus lebih kerja keras lagi nih untuk mensosialisasikan kepada masyarakat agar mereka terhindar dari kekerasan seksual. Okay. Next. Okay. Pendekatan yang kita lakukan lebih gini, ketika kita melakukan pendampingan terhadap korban, maka yang paling penting sebenarnya adalah komunikasi. Komunikasi kepada semua pihak. Nah, ini kadang yang masih sering terjadi masalah komunikasi yang tidak tepat, sehingga permasalahan ataupun si korban merasa tidak nyaman. Ya, nah, jadi saya kasih contoh begini, example, biasanya korban sudah lapor ke polisi, oke. Tetapi ketika polis melakukan penyidikan atau pemeriksaan, si korban tak mau berbicara. Si korban tidak bisa menceritakan apa yang terjadi terhadap dirinya. Apalagi korbannya itu anak-anak. Pada umumnya mereka takut untuk bercerita. Nah, di sini kita akan lakukan pendampingan terhadap anak sehingga membantu polis untuk melakukan penyidikan. Di mana akhirnya ketika kita melakukan komunikasi yang baik terhadap anak, melakukan pendekatan terhadap anak sehingga anak mau bercerita secara jelas, kronologis apa yang terjadi terhadap dirinya. Nah, ini yang sering terjadi. Terkadang cara bertanya kita kepada orang dewasa dan cara bertanya kita kepada anak-anak itu harus berbeda. Nah, yang terjadi seperti ini, akhirnya terjadi miskomunikasi. Ya, jadi kebanyakan dari pihak polis sendiri ketika bertanya kepada anak, mereka cara nanyanya itu seperti nanyakin orang dewasa. Tidak nanya kepada usia anak. Sehingga kebanyakan anak akhirnya takut dan tidak mau berbicara. Nah, ini awal sekali ini yang kita lakukan. Lakukan pendekatan kepada anak. Nah, ketika melakukan pendekatan kepada anak, ya kita gunakan bahasa yang memang dipahami oleh anak. Bahasa yang dipahami oleh anak. Di awal mungkin kita bisa lakukan pendekatan, ice breaking. Anak dibuat nyaman dulu gitu. Dibuat nyaman sehingga anak mau terbuka dan bisa bercerita apa yang dia rasakan. Oke, next. Nah, ini mungkin ada beberapa yang mungkin saya pakai dalam komunikasi interpersonal yang dilakukan. Jadi lebih kepada ini. Saya lebih mengambil kepada interaksional simbolik, di mana seperti kata, gestur, ekspresi, ini sangat penting sekali. Anak-anak itu peka, anak-anak korban itu sangat peka sekali. Sehingga gestur kita ini juga sangat mempengaruhi mereka untuk berbicara. Ya, bagaimana pendekatan kita kepada korban, gestur kita, ekspresi wajah kita itu juga sangat mempengaruhi. Ya. Nah, jadi komunikasi itu bukan hanya verbal, bukan hanya kita berbicara, tapi non-verbal juga sangat penting dalam pendekatan komunikasi interpersonal ini. Jadi seperti contoh ketika kita ingin berbicara awal dengan anak, mungkin postur tubuh mungkin lebih terbuka, ya. Kemudian senyum, itu paling penting. Sehingga anak tidak takut. Jangan ketika kita sudah mau berhadapan dengan korban, kita nggak ada senyum. Nah, senyum, smile. Nah, itu non-verbal, itu sangat penting. Nah, kemudian gestur tubuh. Gestur tubuh kita ini siap menerima anak ini dengan apapun keadaannya atau korbannya. Kita nggak bisa ketika ngomong atau berbicara dengan korban, kita posisinya seperti gini nih, tangannya kita lipat gini, kelihatan nggak posisi saya gini? Tangan kita lipat begini, terus kita ngobrol. Nah, itu tidak akan efektif karena dengan begitu korban akan menutup diri. Dia tidak akan bercerita apa yang akan terjadi kepada dirinya karena dia tidak percaya ke kita. Karena kita juga sudah menutup diri duluan kepadanya. Ya, oke. Jadi maupun tidak sadar, gestur tubuh, nonverbal kita ini, bahasa tubuh kita ini sangat mempengaruhi. Itu terkait dengan teori komunikasi.
Adik, angkat.
Personal.
Pasal apa bantar buat satu? Pasal apa bantar buat satu? Angkat. Angkat.
Maaf Pak Rozana, suara Pak Rozana terdengar.
Ampun, orang tak ada lagi.
Maaf, okey dah.
Oke, baik, terima kasih Dayan. Ya, silakan next selanjutnya. Nah, tujuannya ketika kita mendampingi korban dalam penanganan kasus, yang perlu sekali kita lakukan adalah membangun kepercayaan dengan korban, trust. Ya, harus jalin itu dulu. Kalau korban belum percaya, maka kita belum bisa menanganinya dengan baik. Intinya kepercayaan. Oke. Kemudian kita tunjukkan empati. Kemudian kita memberikan dukungan emosional. Nah, dalam hal ini juga bukan berarti yang sangat berlebihan. Contoh ketika kita bertemu satu anak yang mengalami korban kekerasan seksual, nah biasanya anak-anak seperti ini sangat sensitif dengan sentuhan. Ya. Mereka tidak mau disentuh. Jadi ketika kita ingin melakukan pendampingan, pendekatan kepada anak, mungkin kita sudah sangat empati. Aduh, kasihan sekali ini anak. Terus ketika kita ketemu, berjumpa dengan anak, kita langsung rangkul, peluk. Nah, itu tidak. Jangan lakukan. Karena anak akan merasa tidak nyaman. karena dia adalah korban kekerasan seksual dan dia juga mendapatkan kekerasan fisik. Jadi anak-anak seperti ini sangat tidak nyaman ketika kita lakukan sentuhan. Ya. Jadi ketika kita empati, oke, kita tunjukkan empati, kita tunjukkan dukungan emosional, tapi dengan hal yang wajar, tidak berlebihan. Oke, nah kemudian apalagi tujuannya ketika kita akan menangani kasusnya, ya kita harus mengumpulkan informasi dulu, ya informasi, kemudian kita harus menjamin bahwa korban itu merasa didengar dan dihargai. Jadi ketika kita sudah melakukan komunikasi interpersonal dengan korban, nah ketika dia sudah mulai bercerita, kita harus dengarkan. Kita dengarkan dulu apa saja yang akan dia ungkapkan, apa yang akan dia ceritakan. Jangan memotong pembicaraan. Ya, jadi ketika korban sedang bercerita tentang kejadian yang dialami, kita jangan potong. Kita langsung coba lanjut saja yang berikutnya gitu. No, tidak boleh. Biarkan dia bercerita. Kita mendengarkan dengan serius dan kita hargai. Jadi begini, ketika dia bercerita kita nggak harus dong. Ketika dia bercerita kita pegang HP. Tidak. Ketika dia bercerita, kita harus respect, kita harus memperhatikan dan mendengarkan dengan serius apa yang dia katakan. Oke, next. Nah, ini tadi empati tadi. Merasakan, menunjukkan pemahaman. Apa yang terjadi. Seperti saya memahami apa yang ibu rasakan, misalnya ini di korban kekerasan ya. Saya ikut merasakan apa yang ibu rasakan, bagaimana perasaan ibu saat ini, gitu. Ya, tuh kita menjadi sangat empati yang aktif. Kemudian kita harus bisa mendengarkan juga secara aktif tadi ya. Nah itu tadi tidak menghakimi. Kemudian bahasanya itu harus ramah. Terkadang kan ada, kenapa saya katakan tidak menghakimi, terkadang ketika itu terjadi, ini biasanya di anak ya. Di anak ini kan biasanya ketika kasus itu terjadi, saya kasih contoh kasusnya seorang anak yang dilakukan, yang mendapat perlakuan kekerasan seksual. Dia kenal dengan lelaki di media sosial. Oke, dia kenal di media sosial, kemudian mereka mengobrol di sosial media, akhirnya ngajak ketemu, dan terjadilah kekerasan seksual itu. Nah, kita nggak bisa menghakimi dengan mengatakan, kenapa kamu mau bertemu? Tadinya kan hanya di media sosial. Kenapa kamu mau bertemu dengan dia? Gitu. Kan kamu seharusnya tidak boleh bertemu. Kamu kan tidak kenal dengan dia. Nah, itu sudah kalimat menghakimi. Nah, akhirnya nanti anak akan tertutup. Dia mungkin akan diam, nggak berani lagi bercerita. Karena dia sudah merasa kita hakimi gitu. Jadi itu jangan kita lakukan. Ya, kita tidak boleh menyalahkan. Karena kejadian ini ada kesalahan kamu, karena kamu kenapa mau ketemu gitu. Tidak. Ya, jadi lebih kepada kita menerima apa yang terjadi. Ya. Nah, kemudian gunakanlah bahasa yang ramah, yang enak didengar, ya. Jangan kita menggunakan bahasa. Nah, kalau itu sudah terjadi pada kamu, nah kamu kan rugi sendiri gitu. Nah, Jangan lakukan kalimat-kalimat seperti itu. Ya. Jadi lebih memberikan pertanyaan terbuka. Pertanyaan terbuka itu seperti apa? Pertanyaan terbuka itu di mana anak bisa menjawab lebih leluasa. Kita tidak hanya bertanya, apakah kamu pergi dengan dia? Berarti jawaban anak, iya atau tidak. Itu bukan pertanyaan terbuka. Jadi lakukan pertanyaan terbuka kepada si korban. Sehingga dia bisa leluasa menceritakan apa yang terjadi. Gitu. Sehingga kita bisa lebih banyak mendapatkan informasi. Ya. Nah, kemudian nonverbal tadi yang saya katakan, kontak mata, gestur, posisi duduk, dan yang paling penting adalah di awal ketika kita akan melakukan pendampingan dengan korban, kita harus menjelaskan bahwasanya ini adalah kerahasiaan kita berdua. Harus dijelaskan di awal sehingga korban memahami, karena biasanya korban takut menceritakan karena dia takut ini nanti akan semua orang tahu gitu. Jadi harus jelaskan bahwa ini adalah rahasia kita berdua. Jadi korban bisa lebih leluasa dan lebih nyaman menjelaskan apa yang terjadi pada dirinya. Kemudian posisi duduk. Nah, ini sering. Banyak sering terjadi kesalahan di sini. Banyak ketika kita ada yang melakukan pendampingan, posisi duduknya hadap-hadapan. Hadap-hadapan. Tidak, harus sejajar. Kita duduk di sampingnya. Sehingga itu membuat si korban merasa lebih nyaman ketika kita duduk di sampingnya. Oke, next. Nah, jadi ini konteks komponennya ini kita bisa masukkan ketika kita mengirim pesan, kita komunikasi kepada si korban, korban juga bisa menerima pesan kita itu dengan baik. Ya, pesan itu bisa verbal tadi, non verbal, kemudian umpan baliknya, feedbacknya juga. Kemudian, nah konteks hubungan dan budaya juga ini sangat penting ketika kita mendampingi korban, ya. Jadi kita harus pahami kondisi korban. Ini contoh kalau di Sumatera Utara, Medan, ya kan, Muhammad Dayan udah banyak deh kenal orang Medan, ya kan. Itu ngomongnya kan keras-keras ya. Suaranya keras bener ya.
Benar, Bu.
Iya. Ini
Benar, lagi-lagi kalau S1.
Iya, benar. Nah,
kelas Coach Matsura.
Iya, benar ya. Oke. Ya, jadi bahasanya keras. Jadi sehingga ketika klien kita atau korban berbahasanya keras, jangan kita kok saya dibentak ya gitu. Tidak seperti itu. Jadi kita harus memahami budaya-budayanya dari klien atau korban kita itu. Ya, itu paling penting. Ya, kita pahami. Oke. Nah, tingkat kedekatan juga sangat penting. Ya, kita lakukan pendekatan dulu sehingga dia bisa lebih terbuka kepada kita. Oke. Nah, lanjut. Next. Nah, ini tadi sudah empati. Nah, validasi. Ini validasi. Ini apa? Kita terima dulu perasaannya korban. Ya, kita validasi ini perasaannya saat ini seperti apa ya? Makanya kita suka tanya di awal. Oke, atau selamat pagi gitu ya. Apa gimana perasaannya saat ini? Itu mungkin yang dewasa atau yang anak-anak kita suka tanya. Senang nggak berada di sini? Atau Coba cerita dulu. Waktu mau kemari, waktu mau ada di sini, apa yang adik rasakan? Nah, jadi kita lakukan. Kita validasi dulu perasaannya. Bisa jadi ketika dia bilang, saya takut jumpa ibu. Ya, nah ketika dia katakan, saya takut jumpa ibu. Oke, kita jangan mulai dulu sesinya, tapi kita lakukan dulu ice breaking, pendekatan dengan berbagai cara. Kalau anak-anak banyak loh caranya. Dunia anak-anak itu adalah dunianya bermain. Jadi kita lakukan di awal pendekatan dengan bermain. Apa saja? Saya biasa itu bawa kelir warna, saya bawa balok-balok, saya bawa puzzle, saya bawa boneka, saya bawa pasir magnetik, saya bawa play-doh, macam. Jadi di awal kita lakukan pendekatan dengan anak dengan cara seperti itu. Terkadang ada anak yang nggak mau bicara. Kita beda cara kita ketika pendekatan dengan anak dan orang dewasa. Orang dewasa bisa menceritakan apa yang dia rasakan. Ketika kita tanya apa yang ibu rasakan, dia bisa cerita. Bagaimana kasusnya bu, seperti apa, dia bisa cerita. Tapi anak-anak tidak seperti itu. Biasanya kita lakukan dengan media. Dengan media kita lakukan, misalnya kita kasih satu kertas, nah di mana kita main yuk, pernah gambar nggak? Gitu. Oh iya, suka menggambar? Iya, suka ibu. Oke, kita gambar, bebas boleh gambar apa. Oke, ketika dia menggambar, kita bisa menangkap atau menarik cerita dari gambar yang dia buat. Satu case ada korban dia menggambar orang, kemudian orang itu ada di dalam jeruji penjara. Oke. Terus saya tanya, kamu gambar apa? Dia bilang, ini jahat ibu, saya mau dia di penjara. Oke, dari situ kita sudah bisa mulai lanjut. Ya, melanjutkan sesi dengan si korban. Oke, dia jahat ya. Apa yang dia lakukan? Maka anak akan menjawab itu. Nah, itu ada rentetannya. Akhirnya kita bisa mendapat informasi yang lengkap untuk bisa membantu polisi dalam menyelidiki kasusnya. Ya. Nah, itu dia. Apalagi ketika dengan anak-anak yang mempunyai kebutuhan khusus. Wah, itu butuh waktu yang luar biasa gitu untuk kita bisa mendapatkan informasi yang benar. Maka biasanya polisi kesulitan sekali di situ. Sehingga butuh dari kita pendampingan untuk membantu mereka mengetahui kronologis yang sebenarnya. Oke, next. Oke, ini saya kasih foto. Ini waktu saya melakukan pendampingan kepada korban kekerasan seksual. Ya, ini korban kekerasan seksual. Coba kita lihat saja dari ini, kalau ini nampaknya berarti nonverbal ya. Kita kan nggak bisa melihat saya ngomongnya apa di situ, saya bicara apa di situ kan tidak terdengar. Tapi dari bahasa verbalnya, nonverbal maksud saya. Situ bisa kelihatan di gambar bagaimana saya yang pertama itu gambar yang pakai baju hijau tua ya, yang pakai baju hijau tua itu anaknya. Saya duduk di samping. Saya sejajar duduk di sampingnya, saya tidak duduk di depannya di balik meja. Saya duduk di sampingnya, saya lakukan pendekatan dulu, di mana ketika dia terlihat sudah mulai nyaman, kelihatan tangannya megang kursi saya. Dia sudah mulai menyentuh tangan saya. Kelihatan tidak? Di gambar? Ya.
Kelihatan, Bu?
Ya, yang masih baju hijau ya.
Ya, yang di bawah, gambar yang nomor 2 di bawah.
Yang di kursi hijau, dia di kursi hijau. Ah.
Ya, benar.
Ya. Nah, pertama dia jaga jarak sih. Maksudnya dia tidak mau menyentuh saya. Tapi ketika kita lakukan pendekatan dengan komunikasi interpersonal yang baik, dengan gestur kita, dengan ekspresi kita yang membuat dia nyaman, dia sudah mulai merasa nyaman dan dia mulai pegang kursi kita dan mulai menyentuh tangan. Oke, berarti sudah bisa kita lakukan kontak dengan dia. Nah, tapi kalau dia belum merasa nyaman, kita belum bisa lanjut. Kita tidak akan bisa mendapatkan informasi dan hasil yang baik. Tapi di sini sudah terlihat dia sudah bisa melakukan kontak dengan kita. Oke. Next, gambar yang kedua, yang di sofa, duduk di sofa, anaknya pakai baju merah. Oke, dengan pendekatan yang baik juga, anak sudah mau disentuh tangannya. Karena dia saat itu pakai baju, tangannya yang panjang, kepanjangan itu tangan bajunya. Jadi saya bantu untuk menggulungkan tangan bajunya. Oke. Nah, di situ kita sudah melakukan pendekatan. Kita katakan, boleh Ibu bantu ya, Ibu gulung tangan bajunya, ini kepanjangan ya. Lalu dia ulurkan tangan. Dari situ kita sudah bisa mulai melakukan komunikasi. Nah, kemudian yang di bawahnya itu, ya saya beri dia kertas, dia boleh menggambar bebas, dia boleh ekspresi apa saja yang dia lakukan di kertas. Nah, apa yang kita lakukan adalah mendampinginya. Di situ saya melihat ke dia gitu. Sehingga anak itu peka, dia tahu, dia merasa diperhatikan, didengarkan atau tidak. Jadi saat itu posisi saya ketika dia menulis, saya di sampingnya, tapi saya tetap memandang dia. Saya memperhatikan dia, saya tidak melakukan aktivitas lain gitu. Ketika itu terjadi, saya nggak ngobrol dengan yang di depan itu ada pendamping dia ya. Saya nggak ngobrol dengan itu gitu. Tapi saya murni saat itu memang mendampingi anak. Benar-benar memperhatikan anak. Benar-benar mendengarkan anak dan saya abaikan semua yang ada di sekeliling. Jadi hanya saya dan anak. Nah, di situ dia akan merasa sangat diperhatikan. Ya. Nah, di situ dia akan merasa lebih nyaman. Kalau dia sudah merasa lebih nyaman, kita bisa mendapatkan informasi, mendapatkan keinginan-keinginannya, mendapatkan perasaannya, semua dengan lebih mudah. Oke, nah itu adalah pendekatan-pendekatan komunikasi interpersonal yang memang harus kita lakukan. Saya pernah ada dapat satu case, ini sungguh luar biasa yang membuat saya pada malam itu ketika video kekerasan. Anak ini mendapat kekerasan dari ayah kandung, ya, di mana ibu pergi bekerja, ya, ibunya pergi bekerja, kalau bilangnya merantau ya, merantau. Anak tinggal dengan ayah. Anak umur 5 tahun. 5 tahun. Anak tinggal dengan ayah. Nah, ayah melakukan kekerasan fisik terhadap anak dan direkam. Anak dibukai baju semua, ditendang, dipukul, ya. Kemudian itu ada ember air, kepala anak itu dicelupin gitu, dimasukin ke ember air sehingga anak susah bernapas. Kemudian anak digantung di sumur, di dalam sumur perigi ya, dibilang sumur perigi. Anak digantung. Itu videonya dikirim. Nah, si bapak memvideokan ini gitu loh. Jadi videonya ini dikirimnya kepada si ibunya dengan ancaman supaya ibunya mengirim uang pada si bapak. Oke, akhirnya kejadian itu ketahuan dan si ayah memang pada saat itu masyarakat yang mengetahui akhirnya diramaikan massa ya oleh masyarakat dan diamankan ke kantor polisi. Nah saat itu saya ketika melihat videonya saat itu, wah saya nangis gitu. Ya manusiawi ya, kita manusiawi. Yang saya pikirkan saat itu adalah ketika besok saya ketemu dengan anak ini, target saya nggak banyak. Cuma satu, dia bisa senyum aja dulu. Itu dia. Kita nggak perlu saat bertemu kita harus, udah sampai top gitu, nggak. Senyum saja, smile saja anak ini sudah suatu hal yang luar biasa loh. Dengan apa yang dia alami. Oke? Saya berpikir apa yang akan saya lakukan. Saya beli satu boneka yang bulunya agak lembut ya, yang sedikit lembut bulu boneka itu, karena selama ini ibunya tidak ada. Jadi dia butuh sebenarnya pelukan. Jadi setidaknya boneka ini bisa jadi teman dia bisa peluk ketika dia merasa tidak nyaman. Oke. Nah, saya beli itu satu boneka. Besok saya ketemu dengan si anak. Nah, saya kasih kertas, saya kasih pensil warna, dia menulis. Jadi kertas gini, dia pegang kertas satu, saya juga pegang kertas satu. Jadi ini saya terapkan play terapi sebenarnya, terapi bermain pada anak. Ya, dia pegang kertas satu, saya pegang kertas satu. Kemudian dia pegang kelir warna satu, pensil warna satu, saya juga pegang pensil warna satu. Ketika dia sudah mulai menggambar, dia menggambar lingkaran di kertasnya, saya juga menggambar lingkaran di kertas saya. Oke. Kemudian dia gambar garis di kertasnya, saya juga gambar garis di kertas saya. Sehingga saya menjadi cerminnya. Apa yang dia lakukan, itu saya lakukan. Kemudian dia mengetuk-ngetuk pensil warnanya ke meja seperti ini. Ya, dia ketuk-ketuk. Saya ikuti. Dia lalu menoleh melihat saya dan tersenyum. Itu luar biasa. Terapinya itu ketika kita melakukan terapi cermin itu. Anak-anak kan suka yang seperti itu. Mengikuti apa yang dia lakukan, itu anak-anak suka. Dan dia mulai tersenyum. Wah, itu saya rasanya luar biasa gitu. Wah, target saya tercapai walaupun hanya masih senyum. Target saya belum panjang ketika dia mau bercerita. Nggak sampai ke sana. Masih itu saja. Karena itu pendampingannya berulang, panjang. Gitu. Nah, itu dia awalnya pendekatan itu yang sangat-sangat penting sekali. Di awal, apapun itu pendekatan dan cara kita membuat korban percaya dan yakin dengan kita, itu yang paling penting. Oke, next. Nah, ketika kita cerita tentang korban, juga tentunya butuh kolaborasi. Kita nggak bisa berjalan sendiri. Saya sebagai psikolog di perlindungan perempuan dan anak nggak bisa berdiri sendiri. Kita butuh sektor-sektor lainnya. Ya. kita butuh bekerja sama. Contohnya begini, ada kasus di sekolah, ya, ada case di sekolah tentang kekerasan seksual yang terjadi. Ya, ini terjadi di anak SD, anak umur 9 tahun. Anak umur 9 tahun, dan ini dilakukan oleh gurunya, guru olahraga. Oke, nah di mana saat itu akhirnya pihak sekolah merasa curiga dengan perilaku anak dan melakukan observasi atau bertanya kepada anak. Ketika anak menjelaskan sedikit, akhirnya pihak sekolah melaporkan ke Perlindungan Perempuan dan Anak. Oke, melaporkan ke kita tentang case tersebut. Nah, kita lakukan pendampingan terhadap anak. Nah, akhirnya dapat case-nya seperti apa. Maka berkoordinasilah pihak Perlindungan Perempuan dan Anak ke kepolisian. Jadi kita dampingi ini si anak korban bersama orang tuanya dan pihak sekolah untuk memberikan pelaporan ke polisi. Ya, kita tetap ada koordinasi, lakukan pelaporan. Nah, kemudian saat itu juga kita bisa melakukan layanan medis, lalu koordinasilah dengan dinas kesehatan, rumah sakit, puskesmas, apapun itu. Lakukan cek kesehatan anak saat itu. Oke, kemudian juga ketika sudah lapor ke polisi, dan juga maka koordinasi juga dengan bantuan hukumnya seperti apa. Ya, nah itu penting sekali, koordinasi, kolaborasi untuk penyelesaian kasus. Nah, biasanya ketika kita dapati kasus anak yang mendapatkan kekerasan seksual, secara psikologis kita akan dampingin, secara kesehatan akan didampingi. Nah, kemudian ketika keluarga tersebut juga dari keluarga yang ekonominya sangat rendah, itu tetap ada bantuan dari dinas sosial untuk kehidupan si anak. Ya. Nah, kemudian apalagi ke sekolah, kita akan berkoordinasi juga dengan dinas pendidikan atau dengan pihak sekolah sehingga anak ini bisa tetap bersekolah. Ataupun ketika anak tidak ingin bersekolah di tempat biasa karena kasus itu terjadi di sekolah, anak merasa trauma dan tidak nyaman berada di lokasi itu, anak bisa dibantu untuk pindah ke sekolah yang lain. Sehingga kita tetap bisa menjamin anak ini sekolahnya tetap berjalan dengan baik. Ya, sehingga ketika dia sudah menjadi korban, dia tidak merasa terpuruk, dia tidak bisa melanjutkan sekolah, itu tidak boleh terjadi. Jadi dia tetap bisa melanjutkan pendidikannya. Oke, next. Oke, jadi prinsip kolaborasi itu tentunya koordinasi lintas sektor, di mana setiap sektornya itu punya SOP-nya masing-masing. Misalnya UPT Perlindungan Perempuan dan Anak itu tugasnya itu pendampingan psikologis, pelayanan hukum, kemudian mediasi. Mediasi ini diberikan pada umumnya biasanya kepada kekerasan dalam rumah tangga atau perebutan hak asuh anak. Nah, ini yang akan diberikan. Nah, kemudian bisa jadi dinas sosial apalagi lebih kepada peningkatan kesejahteraannya. Kemudian dinas pendidikan tugasnya apa? Lebih kepada bagaimana anak ini bisa terus bersekolah. Jangan sampai berhenti. Nah, itu tetap dipantau. Ya. Nah, kemudian adanya keterbukaan dan komunikasi yang terbuka antar sektor-sektor ini. Ya, jadi sektor-sektor ini juga nggak bisa berjalan sendiri-sendiri gitu. Tetap ada keterkaitan dan saling berkomunikasi. Ya, intinya konsistensi dalam informasi itulah yang kita lakukan. Nah, yang paling penting adalah pendekatannya berbasis korban. Jadi intinya adalah kepentingan untuk korban, bukan kepentingan untuk lembaganya. Ya, kepentingannya tidak diutamakan untuk lembaga, tapi lebih kepada korban. Nah, jadi di sini pembagian peran tanggung jawabnya harus sangat jelas sekali. Ya, jadi nggak bisa kita lepas masing-masing, berjalan sendiri-sendiri itu tidak bisa. Harus ada kolaborasi bersama. Oke, next. Nah, jadi kalau di sini kita bisa, tadi sudah saya jelaskan sedikit, identifikasi kasus dulu, boleh oleh guru, keluarga, masyarakat, di mana tempat korban ini berada. Nah, jadi ketika di dalam identifikasi kasus, ini bisa dilakukan oleh siapa saja. Nah, biasanya di sini kita bisa, kalau dalam psikologisnya itu dukungan psikologis awal sih sebenarnya, dukungan psikologis awal di mana berusaha menenangkan korban dulu, sudah tahu korbannya seperti apa, gurunya menenangkan dulu, terus baru gurunya akan merujuk atau melapor kemana bersama pihak keluarga. Barulah ada pelaporan, baru kita lakukan pendampingan. Nah, di pendampingan itu biasanya di awal itu bisa psikolog, bisa konselor, ya, untuk melakukan pendampingan. Kemudian pemeriksaan medis ketika sudah ada pendampingan, lakukan pemeriksaan medis, lakukan visum, penyidikan polisi, kemudian layanan hukumnya jalan, dan pemulihan jangka panjang. Nah, itu tetap pendampingan dari psikolog untuk pemulihan jangka panjang. Karena kita nggak bisa bertemu sekali aja udah selesai itu masalahnya. Trauma itu nggak akan selesai, tapi dengan kita rancang program apa, kegiatan apa, ya, karena biasanya waktu juga yang akan membantu memulihkan itu. Jadi komunikasinya nggak lepas juga dengan korbannya. Nah, jadi ketika ini terjadi, banyak sih kasus-kasus yang kita tangani itu, kita masih tetap dampingi, kita melihat perubahan-perubahan yang terjadi terhadap korban ini. Setidak-tidaknya dia sudah bisa mulai berbaur dengan masyarakat. Ketika si anak, dia sudah di sekolah dan sudah mulai bisa menjalin hubungan dengan teman, ya, sudah memiliki teman di sekolah, sudah mampu untuk bersosialisasi. Nah, ini yang kita lakukan sehingga korban merasa bangkit kembali, ya, korban tidak merasa terpuruk, dan itu biasanya kita lakukan kepada anak-anak karena memang kasus paling banyak di anak dan memang di perempuan. Perempuan itu perempuan dewasa yang lebih banyak memang kekerasan dalam rumah tangga. Oke, next. Oke, ternyata sudah, thank you. Iya. Oke, saya kembalikan ke Dayan. Mungkin ada pertanyaan. Atau mungkin kalau masih ada waktu, Dayan, bisa nih 2 orang kita praktek. Satu coba pura-pura jadi si korban, satu coba-coba jadi konselornya. Oke.
Masya Allah, luar biasa. Jika ada soalan, pertama sekali ucap terima kasih kepada Dr. Amanah. Tapi jika ada soalan boleh tulis di bahagian komen, di bahagian chat, dan jika ada yang ingin praktis juga silakan mungkin kita seorang jadi kaunselor atau psikolognya dan seorang lagi menjadi mangsanya, berlakon menjadi seorang anak kecil ya, ataupun anak muda. Masa boleh, ada yang volunteer boleh ditulis nama, saya menjadi saya menjadi ini, saya mau menjadi kaunselornya ataupun guru bimbingan, guru BK-nya ataupun psikolognya, dan seorang lagi menjadi mangsanya. Silakan, jika ada yang keberatan ingin cuba praktis supaya dapat terus praktis langsung ya.
Iya,
Untuk
benar.
Cika bisa, Cika? Karena kita ada teman dari ni juga, dari Pontianak juga ada ni Cika. Ataupun ada yang lain juga. Mungkin sebelum itu ada soalannya, Doktor. Daripada Puan Nur Syazwani. Apakah tips doktor boleh kongsikan untuk semua yang mahu berkahwin kerana isu keganasan rumah tangga, penderaan terhadap suami, isteri dan anak semakin berleluasa. Jadi menurut doktor gimana?
Okey, baik. Ini
Tips
bagi
untuk, yang mau berkahwin.
yang nak berkahwin jadi takut gitu ya. Karena banyak masalah.
Ya benar gitu.
Rumah tangga. Oke. Biasanya ketika nak berkahwin, maka bisa di awal lakukan konseling perkawinan. Nah, itu penting. Di awal, ya. Lakukan konseling perkawinan, dan yang dilakukan di sini adalah pemeriksaan kesehatan dulu. Calon pengantin, laki-laki dan perempuan, diperiksa kesehatannya. Pemeriksaan kesehatan itu sangat penting. Karena apa? Karena kita banyak tahu, banyak kejadian yang mereka lakukan di luar pernikahan. Kita tidak tahu. Jadi ini untuk menjaga supaya, mohon maaf, penyakit yang menular itu tidak terjadi. Jadi periksa dulu kesehatan pengantin laki-laki dan perempuan. Nah, kemudian ada konselor atau konseling perkawinan dulu. Nah, itu biasanya di awal supaya lebih memantapkan calon pengantin. Ya, lebih memantapkan calon pengantin. Sebenarnya itu sih di awal yang paling penting yang perlu dilakukan ya. Karena dalam kehidupan rumah tangga nggak ada yang mulus-mulus saja. Pasti ada permasalahan di dalamnya gitu. Sehingga memang di konseling perkawinan itu nanti mungkin bisa mendapatkan masukan bagaimana bisa saling mengenali satu dengan lainnya dengan lebih baik. Gitu. Mungkin itu dari saya, Pak Dayan. Iya.
Oke, luar biasa. Jadi kat sini ada dua, satu pemeriksaan kesihatan, especially kalau di Malaysia juga sudah wajib ya untuk HIV punya pemeriksaan kayak itu. Dan mungkin, tapi sekarang ini ada macam-macam juga nih doktor. Bukan HIV saja, kadang penyakit-penyakit lain juga, bawaan-bawaan lain. Seperti yang terbaru ni saya baca, pasal thalassemia juga mempengaruhi juga. Jadi untuk kesehatannya gitu pun ada, bagus dibuat pemeriksaan awal kan. Kerana ada yang kita panggil apa tu, yang pembawa macam tu.
Iya.
Okay, and then keduanya adalah konseling perkahwinan gitu. Jadi memang sangat-sangat penting untuk yang kali pertama mau nikah atau kali kedua pun perlu gitu ya.
Ya, boleh kedua, ketiga gitu ya Dayannya.
Masya-Allah, tabarakallah. Okay, di sini Ibu Faridah Rahim ingin menjadi victim, menjadi mangsa. Silakan, ada yang bisa untuk menjadi psikolog ataupun guru BK ataupun konselornya. Cika, silakan Cika. Bisa Cika dari Pontianak. Monggo.
Boleh dengar ke?
Boleh. Sebentar ya. Kita mencari dia punya guru BK ataupun kaunselornya.
Berlakon saja ya.
Pelakon tak apa. Bukan kisah benar. Ada teman saya daripada Indonesia ni. Kok senyap gitu? Ada yang lain yang apa tu ingin mencoba?
Atau Dayan saja deh.
Boleh saya berlatih walaupun tidak pernah aja, tidaklah. InsyaAllah. Sekarang ni bersama saya ni ada, saya panggil kononnya dia adik lah ya, adik Faridah ya, macam tu.
Boleh.
Iya. Nanti
Berlakon
teman-teman
kan?
sebentar Dayan, nanti teman-teman yang lain boleh ketika sesi ini selesai, Dayan dengan Ibu Faridah Arahim, teman-teman yang lain boleh kasih masukan. Boleh kasih masukan ya.
Siap. Mungkin dia punya kisahnya, kisah apa ni sebenarnya? Tak apa, saya mulakan. Assalamualaikum Dek Faridah.
Waalaikumsalam.
Okey, Dek. Terima kasih ya sebab hari ni sudi untuk luangkan masa di waktu mungkin dalam tengah hari ni. Terima kasih sangat atas masanya. Jadi mungkin seperti yang sebelum kita mulakan sesi kita ni, insyaAllah dulu selepas kita anggapkan selepas dah doa semua kan. Jadi sesi kita ini sifatnya private and confidential. Jadi adik jangan risaulah, saya tidak akan kongsikan dengan mana-mana pihak untuk berkenaan dengan sesi ini. Jadi ini antara kita berdua. Jadi di dalam sesi ini adik just secara terbuka berkongsi dengan saya. Jadi apa-apa menjadi catatan pada saya, dan jika perlu saya merujuk ataupun dengan izin adik jugalah, saya akan kongsikan kepada mereka ya. Saya tidak akan kongsikan di mana-mana ya. Jadi adik bersetuju untuk kita teruskan sesinya?
Ya, terima kasih.
Okey, alhamdulillah. Jadi aman ya, semua kita boleh mula ya. Jadi boleh tak mungkin adik boleh share dengan saya apa isunya, apakah yang boleh kita bincangkan pada sesi petang ini. Okay, silakan Dek.
Saya tak tahu saya nak cakap, tapi yang jelas saya sangat benci. Saya sangat benci dengan keadaan ini. Saya tak dapat nak luahkan dengan sesiapa, tapi saya cuba pendamkan saja. Saya sangat benci.
Okey, jadi saya hadap kat sini, adik merasakan adik benci dengan keadaan ini. Boleh tak adik share sikit je, apakah yang dikatakan keadaan ini sebenarnya, Dek?
Setiap masa saya tak boleh nak melakukan sesuatu semua diarah. Saya tak suka sebab bila saya tengok saja keadaan itu, saya betul-betul benci. Saya tak boleh nak bayangkan macam mana. Tapi itulah yang boleh saya cakap. Kalau saya cakap ini berkenaan dengan dalam rumah saya lah, pasal bapa saya. Okey. Dia dalam kehidupan kami sentiasa bercakap yang kasar, besar. Sebenarnya memang saya tak suka keadaan itu. Saya cuba nak belajar untuk bercakap yang lembut-lembut, tapi memang tak boleh lah sebab bapa saya, keluarga saya sentiasa cakap yang maki-maki, macam berdik-berdik. Jadi membuat saya sangat macam geram, benci, tak suka. Jadi macam itulah maksudnya.
Okey, baik. Jadi yang ni berkenaan di rumah ya, isunya di rumah dengan bapa adik yang bercakap kasar. Walau bagaimanapun adik sebenarnya ingin belajar ya macam mana untuk bercakap lembut macam tu. Jadi boleh tak saya nak tahu ni, kalau 1 tu bencinya biasa, 10 sangat benci, jadi skala benci tu di skala berapa dik sebenarnya sekarang?
Kalau dalam waktu keadaan sekarang ni, kalau saya tak nampak mukanya, saya boleh katakan sangat kurang lah. Boleh 4 macam tu. Tapi bila saya berdepan dengan dia depan-depan, saya sangat benci. Saya tak tahu.
Sangat-sangat
Tapi sangat benci dalam saya boleh cakap 9.
9 kalau macam tu. Okey. Jadi mungkin dalam sesi kita berjumpa ni Dik, apakah harapan adik? Mungkin insya-Allah dalam 1 jam sesi kita ini, dalam masa sejam ni sebenarnya apakah yang adik mahu capai ataupun outcome yang adik mahukan supaya kita tahu ni perbincangan kita ni menuju ke mana supaya kita sepakat macam tu Dik.
Saya cuba nak belajar seorang yang penyabar. Tapi saya tak tahu kenapa bila dengar saja macam pertelingkahan atau apa-apalah, saya akan rasa macam tak seronok lah, tak suka lah. Jadi saya selalu pendamkan dan bila saya pendam, saya akan rasa macam tak sakit. Jadi itulah yang saya harap dapat saya dapat macam mana saya nak elakkan benda-benda ni sebab saya berada sentiasa di dalam rumah tu. Jadi macam mana untuk saya nak keluar daripada keadaan itu.
Okey, baiklah. Seperti yang awal tadi saya ada maklum, saya sebagai kaunselor ataupun psikolog yang membantu dalam sesi ini, saya sendiri tidak akan memberi sebarang masukan. Tapi insya-Allah dengan soalan-soalan yang saya tanyakan ini, adik sendiri akan menjumpai apa benda yang sebenarnya adik mahukan. Okey, berbalik tadi kepada yang kita bincang tadi, adik rasa nak belajar untuk bersabar, nak bersabarlah kan. Jadi boleh tak saya nak tahu seberapa pentingnya adik betul-betul nakkan untuk menjadi belajar yang sabar ni sebenarnya?
Yelah, memang saya nak jadi seorang penyabar lah, sebab kalau saya sentiasa bercakap ataupun bertengkar ataupun melawan, lebih-lebih lagi bapa saya, ianya akan menjadi satu beban lah. Jadi saya buat kerja semua tak akan fokus, semua macam-macam semua akan terganggu.
Okey, jadi adik tak nak rasa macam terbeban dan adik nak fokus, betul?
Ya.
Okey. Boleh saya tahu sejauh mana kepercayaan adik macam ni? Sebenarnya apa yang adik yakin dan percaya yang telah berlaku pada diri adik sebenarnya? Yang melalui apa yang telah berlaku ini, yang adik percaya telah berlaku pada diri adik?
Sebab yang saya perasan lah, yang saya tahulah, saya tak suka dengar bunyi bising ataupun keadaan yang macam bertegang urat. Jadi macam mengganggu lah saya punya emosi lah. Jadi bila macam tu jantung saya akan macam rasa berdebar-debar, geram. Itulah yang saya cakap tadi. Saya bila keadaan tu saya tak suka antara kedua pihak tu asyik bergaduh depan saya, dan bila bercakap sesuatu tu macam tak ada yang lembut lah. Selalunya kadang-kadang saya buat perbandingan dengan family lain. Saya buat family, kenapa family tu lembut, macam sayang menyayang, kan? Macam saya tak ada keadaan itu.
Faham. Jadi so far apa benda yang adik pernah usahakan agar benda ini dapat diselesaikan ataupun dikurangkan?
Untuk bagi macam saya akan diam dan saya akan buat macam saya diam lah. Saya masuk bilik, Saya dengar motivasi, lepas tu ialah ceramah-ceramah untuk kebaikan, lepas tu saya cuba apply dekat family saya untuk bercakap. Tapi benda ni berlaku bukan sebab saya, tapi antara ibu dan bapa bertelagak, bercakap, jadi saya dengar. Sebab saya sentiasa berada di dalam rumah. Jadi saya sentiasa dalam rumah, jadi benda tu akan memberi saya impact yang sangat-sangat tak best lah. Tak best lah macam tu. Jadi lagipun saya rasa benda tu sangat terganggu lah. Terganggu.
Okey. Jadi sebenarnya dalam cerita ini sebenarnya yang bertelagak itu lebih kepada ibu dan ayah, begitu?
Ya, betul. Jadi impact kepada saya.
Dan akhirnya, okey, selain pada adik, siapa lagi yang efek? Ada adik-beradik yang lain kah?
Rupanya tak adalah, saya saja.
Oh, adik seorang saja. Kayaknya di rumah hanya adik, mak dengan ayah bertiga saja macam tu?
Ya, saya.
Oh, okey, faham. Jadi adik ni anak tunggal lah ya sebenarnya?
Ya, saya.
Okey. Boleh tak saya nak tahu, adakah ibu atau ayahnya sebenarnya sudah tahu tentang apa yang adik rasakan yang mungkin adik pernah kongsi dengan mereka sebelum ni?
Lalu saya ada pernah bercakap kenapa saya sendiri bercakap, saya kata cuba mengalah di antara satu sama lain. Tetapi tonasi saya pun agak tinggi. Maksudnya saya tak boleh juga nak bertonasi yang lembut kepada mereka. Sebab bila saya daripada awal sampai kini memang asyik yang kasar. Jadi saya tak boleh nak bercakap yang lembut-lembut. Jadi saya cuba tapi cara saya kasar.
Okey. Jadi sekarang ni sebenarnya because of keadaan itu, adik sendiri pun dah bercakap pun secara kasar dan akhirnya untuk berkomunikasi dengan parents pun dah jadi bermasalah macam tu ya sebenarnya.
Ya. Jadi maksudnya saya terasa macam emosi saya lah memang akan terganggu lah. Jadi macam tak best. Nanti saya akan rasa sakit. Macam tu, sakit kepala. Jadi macam tu lah.
Faham. Okey, sebentar tadi adik ada cakap dekat saya yang adik ada cuba bandingkan kan keluarga adik dengan keluarga-keluarga lain. Macam tu. Boleh tak adik share dengan saya yang di keluarga lain itu apa yang berlaku, apa yang mereka lakukan yang mungkin keluarga adik tak lakukan? Macam tu.
Contoh dia macam yelah family gathering kan, lepas tu cakap yang baik, sopan-sopan, tak ada kasar-kasar, berpeluk, bersalam, jadi macam menghargai. Jadi benda-benda tu saya tak dapat rasa sebab cara saya memang macam tu lah cakap, tapi mak bapak saya dia cakap dia sayang, tapi cara dia nak menyampaikan tu macam saya tak rasa. Tak rasa cakap kasar-kasar. Macam yang family tu lembut saya tengok. Jadi macam bila saya tengok tu sebab saya tak suka tengok gambar-gambar ataupun apa yang family gathering ke apa-apa yang baik-baik tu saya tak suka tengok. Saya menyentuh hati saya.
Adik rasa yang macam tu. Jadi kalau kita nak sesuaikan dengan harapan adik ni, agaknya apa benda yang adik rasa adik boleh lakukan agar keluarga adik ni boleh jadi macam mana family adik ni boleh jadi macam family yang lain sebenarnya?
Saya pun tak tahu, cuma saya kena belajar untuk diri saya sendirilah. Jadi sebab mereka tu kan dah berusia, belajar diri sendirilah untuk saya nak memperbaiki atau menunjukkan model kepada mereka. Jadi itulah sebab sebenarnya benda tu sampai sekarang memang memberi impact lah kepada saya. Itu sajalah.
Faham. Selain daripada belajar sendiri agar benda menjadi model kepada mereka, apa lagi adik rasa yang adik boleh lakukan agar perkara ini sekurang-kurangnya boleh diselesaikan sedikit demi sedikit macam tu?
Saya tak tahu, tapi yang jelas saya sentiasa belajar lah. Saya sentiasa belajar dan untuk kedua ibu bapa saya ni faham, tapi sampai sekarang pun sebenarnya memang tak ada perubahan pun. Tak ada perubahan. Jadi saya memerlukan juga
Tak ada perubahan.
sokongan daripada tu, sebab saya join macam ni lah. Saya nak tengok apa dia punya input-input yang boleh saya perbaiki lah. Itu je lah.
Okey. Yang tadi pertama adik sebut adik nak belajar sendiri agar menjadi model ya. Yang kedua tadi adik join macam sesi ini supaya adik dapat tengok sokongan, dapatkan input-input. Boleh tak bagi tahu saya sokongan dalam bentuk apa yang adik rasa adik perlukan?
Sebab saya ni memang boleh katakan saya tak boleh berdepan dengan orang bila nak bercakap. Saya macam saya kata introvert lah.
Okey.
Okay. Jadi saya suka macam menulis, lepas tu saya akan dengar ni pun saya akan macam itulah, tak berdepan, tapi saya akan baca semua macam buku-buku ataupun dengar YouTube daripada mana-mana penceramah yang memberi motivate diri sendiri lah, macam tu lah.
Motivate. Okey. Itu dari segi bentuk yang diperlukan lah. Okey. Dari segi individu juga orang daripada siapa support yang adik perlukan? Yang adik rasa boleh membantu adik.
Sopan ni memang tak ada. Saya dah pendam dah bertahun-tahun, berpuluh tahun. Tahun, tapi ada baru-baru ni lah saya cuba luahkan dengan rakan terdekat lah yang saya boleh percaya lah. Macam tu lah. Itu pun bukan selalu.
Okay, good.
Dengan kawan yang terdekat yang boleh.
Maksudnya adik sudah kini adik sudah meluahkan kepada kawan, kepada teman ni macam tu.
Ya. Yeah.
Okey. Apa yang adik rasakan bila adik dapat luahkan pada teman tu?
Kali saya rasa lega. Cuma yelah. Orang tu pun cuma cakap bersabar saja macam tu. Tapi at least saya lah.
At least dapat membantu sikit ya, macam tu ya. Okey. Jadi daripada apa yang adik bagi tahu saya tadi, adik belajar sendiri agar menjadi model. Lepas tu perlukan dukungan ataupun support, dan contoh macam kelas ini adik kata adik dapat input, and then dalam masa yang sama adik sokongan yang contoh adik boleh buat adalah menulis, membaca buku, menonton YouTube dan sebagainya. Dan yang terbaru adik juga dapat bertemu dengan rakan, dapat meluahkan dengan rakan. Agaknya untuk selepas ini, apakah perkara yang paling utama yang adik rasa adik nak fokus betul-betul dulu untuk agar dapat implementasi dalam membantu mengurangkan permasalahan adik ni?
Saya kena terus belajar dan memperbaiki diri saya lah. Sebab saya ingin mencapai impian dan cita-cita saya. Walaupun macam mana pun keluarga saya tu, saya kalau tak dapat ubah pun tak apa. Setidak-tidaknya diri saya sendirilah agar menjadi nanti contoh untuk
Adik okey ke?
Mungkin untuk anak saya ke, insyaAllah.
Masya Allah, tabarakallah. Amin, insyaAllah. Jadi mungkin kalau saya tanya sedikit, agaknya dalam proses untuk kurangkan apa yang adik rasakan ini, ada tak mungkin faktor-faktor akan menjadi faktor penghalang mungkin yang akan mungkin tiba-tiba adik rasa mungkin benda ni akan bakal terjadi? Ada tak yang adik rasa akan terjadi?
Walaupun saya akan sentiasa berfikiran positif lah. Saya tak nak fikir yang ke belakang, saya tetap fikir yang ke depan lah. Untuk memantapkan diri saya juga. Macam tu lah.
Good, Alhamdulillah. Jadi daripada sepanjang kita bercerita tadi, boleh tak kita concludekan, boleh tak adik senaraikan dekat saya 3 perkara yang betul-betul adik nak lakukan selepas ini?
Saya akan cuba memperbaiki diri saya sebaik mungkin dalam
pertama apa?
Memperbaiki diri saya dari segi agama, mempelajari
Okey, nombor
banyak agama,
baiki diri
lepas
agama.
tu cuba
Mhm.
berinteraksi seramai mungkin lah, sebab saya jarang ataupun susah saya nak berkomunikasi dengan orang luar secara face to face lah. Macam tu.
Okey.
Itulah. Dan
Cuba interaksi. Nombor 3.
insya-Allah lah saya akan cuba menjadi hamba Allah yang terbaik dunia akhirat lah. Itu yang saya impikan.
Hamba Allah. Masya Allah, tabarakallah. Jadi antara yang pertama ini baiki diri adik, yang kedua cuba interaksi bersama teman dan sebagainya, yang ketiga adalah menjadi hamba Allah. Yang seperti adik cakap tadi, mana satu yang menjadi prioritas yang paling-paling adik nak mulakan dahulu selepas selesai sesi ini?
InsyaAllah saya menjadi yang 3 tu lah, hamba Allah yang baik dunia akhirat lah.
Baik dunia akhirat. Jadi sesungguhnya sebenarnya yang adik katakan sebagai nak jadi hamba Allah ini adalah sebenarnya adik nak menjadi hamba Allah yang bersabar, ya, yang macam tu ke sebenarnya?
Ya.
Sabar. Boleh tak saya nak tanya, sesungguhnya dek, siapakah Tuhan yang maha sabar itu?
Maha sabar? Maksudnya tak faham.
Siapakah Tuhan? Kalau adik pernah dengar Asmaul Husna, siapakah Tuhan? Siapakah nama Allah yang maha sabar itu?
Saya tak ingat lah, tapi saya tahu ada 99 lah, tapi saya tak tahu yang mana satu.
Betul dek. Sebenarnya Allah yang maha sabar itu adalah nama Allah yang ke-99, iaitu Allah Yas-Sabur, As-Sabur. Masya Allah, tabarakallah. Jadi sebenarnya hari ini Allah yang maha sabar itu sedang apa kita panggil, memberi satu dugaan dan cabaran kepada adik sebenarnya. Sebenarnya di saat apa yang Allah bagi ini, Allah sedang rindukan adik. Sebenarnya Allah ini, dia nak adik ini akhirnya kembali kepada dia sebenarnya. Allah yang sabar itu. Jadi sebab itulah kenapa Allah berikan cabaran sebegini agar kita terdetik hati. Ya Allah, sebenarnya aku sendiri merindukanmu ya Allah. Dan Allah sendiri merindukan adik sebenarnya. Jadi mungkin daripada side saya sendiri, nanti adik boleh, adik kan suka buka YouTube dan sebagainya kan. Adik cuba cari benda-benda berkenaan dengan Allah yang sabar. Asmaul Husna, amalkan zikir as-sabur agar as-sabur itu dapat diperkuatkan dalam diri adik dan diamalkan setiap hari, insya-Allah. Jadi dik, agak-agak apa yang adik rasakan selepas sampai di hujung sesi kita hari ini, dik?
Terima kasih kerana memberi sokongan dan dapat membantu saya memahami keadaan ini. InsyaAllah saya akan cuba lakukan apa yang Tuan bagi tahu tadi tu, insyaAllah.
Amin, insyaAllah. Semuanya tu daripada Allah SWT, dan seperti saya cakap tadi dalam sesi kita tadi, saya tidak akan memberi apa-apa suggestion, saya tidak akan bagi apa-apa idea. Semua itu hasil daripada apa yang kita bincang, dan semua itu dengan izin Allah SWT. Jadi semoga dia terus sukses, semoga keluarganya menjadi semakin baik, dan amalkan apa yang kita cakap tadi. Dan insyaAllah yang pertama tadi adalah adik ingin menjadi hamba Allah yang maha sabar, dan mungkin dalam masa 2 minggu ini adik cuba amalkan seperti itu tadi, dan kita jumpa lagi sekali lagi selepas 2 minggu untuk kita sesi follow up, kita tengok apakah penambahbaikan ataupun keadaan terbaru adik pada waktu itu. Apa pun, terima kasih adik untuk sesinya. Kita jumpa lagi pada akan datang, insyaAllah. Terima kasih. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.
Waalaikumsalam. Kita beri aplaus dulu, luar biasa. Iya, luar biasa. Alhamdulillah. Luar biasa. Ibu Farida Arahim, setelah melakukan sesi ini tadi dengan Pak Dayan, gimana perasaannya saat ini?
Siapa yang menjawab, saya ke Tuan Dayan?
Ibu Farida. Ibu Farida gimana? Kan sudah mengungkapkan semuanya tadi ke Pak Dayan. Gimana perasaannya saat ini?
Alhamdulillah, rasa lega sedikit lah. Ada perkongsian.
Oke, terima kasih. Berarti Pak Dayan berhasil ini. Hapus lagi. Oke, baik. Terima kasih.
Amin. Semua dengan izin Allah, Bu.
Ya, luar biasa. Sesinya luar biasa, ya. Jadi tadi bisa kita lihat gimana Pak Dayan di awal memang sudah menjelaskan dengan jelas bahwa kerahasiaan itu yang paling penting. Ya, udah dijelaskan kerahasiaannya. Kemudian tadi ketika Ibu Faridah Harim menceritakan benci pada keadaan, nah langsung tahu nih clue-nya di mana nih, langsung dikejar itunya, ya kan? Memperjelas kembali permasalahannya. Oke, kemudian divalidasi nih perasaannya kan? Divalidasi perasaannya seperti apa saat ini rasa bencinya dari angka 1 sampai 10. Ya, oke. Jelas ada harapannya. Nah, yang paling penting adalah simpulan solusinya ini adalah dari si klien sendiri gitu. Dari Ibu Farida sendiri sebenarnya solusinya gitu ya kan. Nah, sebenarnya ketika kita sebagai konselor atau psikolog kita hanya lebih membantu si klien untuk mengarahkan solusi. Karena setiap orang itu punya solusi yang berbeda-beda, nggak bisa sama. Jadi kita nggak bisa arahkan harus lakukan apa. Jadi bisa berbeda. Biasanya solusi itu ada keluar dari diri klien itu sendiri. Oke, kemudian tetap ada follow up selanjutnya. Oke, terima kasih. Saya kembalikan ke Pak Dayan. Mungkin ada pertanyaan lain.
Masya Allah, tabarakallah. Ibu, mungkin ada feedback daripada Ibu sendiri, Ibu. Silakan.
Ya, itu tadi feedbacknya sudah saya lakukan. Sudah luar biasa, sudah bagus. Ketika tadi suara si Ibu Farida sudah mulai agak-agak serak suaranya kan, terus you oke deh, gitu kan. Itu kan menunjukkan empati juga muncul di situ. Oke, keren.
Oh iya. Alhamdulillah, terima kasih. Baiklah, Bapak Ibu, tuan-tuan dan puan, kita teruskan ni. Mungkin ada soalan-soalan lagi. Kalau mungkin daripada saya sendiri, Bu, ingin bertanya. Kerana mungkin untuk dalam menjumpa mangsa keganasan ini mungkin kalau saya kurang sih dari saya tu, sebab mungkin bukan saya punya niche-nya ke situ kan. Jadi mungkin saya ingin izin bertanya pada Ibu lah. Apakah halangan komunikasi yang paling lazim ya antara profesional dan juga mangsa keganasan ini yang biasanya Ibu jumpai gitu kayak gitu. Dan gimana sih Ibu mengatasi halangan-halangan ini? Kerana bukan mudah kan untuk mereka membuka cerita mereka kayak gitu, Bu. Silakan.
Oke, baik. Terima kasih Dayan pertanyaannya. Yang sering saya jumpai komunikasi di awal itu memang sangat sering. Ketika kita bertemu dengan klien, kita sudah lakukan pendekatan di awal. Karena mungkin dia baru 1 kali bertemu dengan kita. Bisa jadi satu sesi itu dia cuma mengucapkan 2 kalimat saja. Atau sama sekali dia diam. Nggak apa-apa, bukan berarti kita tidak berhasil dalam sesi itu. Kita kasih kesempatan, kita buat saja dia merasa nyaman. Ketika dia belum bicara, nggak apa-apa. Kita bisa lanjut ke sesi berikutnya. Karena pada saat itu mungkin dia belum percaya ke kita. Ya, jadi nggak apa-apa. Kita tetap kenalkan diri kita tetap lakukan empati. Tapi dia sama sekali dia nggak apa-apa. Kita kasih kesempatan kepada dia untuk dia memvalidasi perasaannya sendiri. Ya, itu halangan. Ada saya jumpai beberapa klien. Pertama kita bertemu, dia sama sekali diam. Apapun tidak mau. Ya. Dia tidak mau menceritakan apapun, itu baik kepada orang tuanya, kepada siapapun, dia tidak mau, dia diam saja, orang tua sampai bingung. Nggak apa-apa, satu sesi itu kita hanya pandang-pandangan saja, gitu ya kan. Pandang-pandangan saja, saya hanya menjelaskan, saya hanya mengenalkan diri saja, saya nggak banyak bertanya yang macam-macam, nggak, saya hanya mengenalkan diri, saya hanya ingin berteman dengan dia, itu saja. Oke, di sesi selanjutnya, dia sudah mulai berbicara. Nah, itu tadi pendekatan-pendekatan kita itu yang paling penting. Pendekatan interpersonal itu yang sangat penting. komunikasi yang kita bangun dengan dia itu yang sangat penting sebenarnya, komunikasi efektifnya itu. Ya, seperti saya pernah katakan itu, ada satu, saya banyak kasus ya, banyak kasus kekerasan terhadap perempuan dan anak. Dari ratusan kasus itu hanya satu kasus yang saya dapati itu anaknya melakukan komunikasinya ke orang tua. Yang mengatakan bahwasanya kejadian itu terjadi pada dirinya. Dari ratusan kasus hanya satu anak. Yang lainnya, yang dia berani ceritanya sama gurunya, sama temennya. Ya, tidak langsung ke orang tuanya yang pertama sekali tahu kejadian itu. Ini sungguh luar biasa. Berarti ada masalah komunikasi yang tidak efektif di keluarga. Kenapa anak tidak berani menceritakan itu, kejadian itu kepada orang tuanya? Sedangkan orang tua itu seharusnya menjadi yang terdekat dengan anak sebagai pelindung anak. Tapi anak tak berani cakap bahwasanya dia telah mendapat perlakuan kekerasan seksual oleh orang lain. Tak berani dia pertama sekali omong ke orang tuanya. Itu dia. Jadi masalah komunikasi ini sangat penting sekali. Maka saya suka kuatkan. Ayo lakukan parenting ke orang tua. Bagaimana bisa melakukan komunikasi yang baik, komunikasi yang efektif. Sehingga anak bisa merasa lebih nyaman ketika bercerita kepada orang tua. Nah, terkadang begini, yang sering terjadi. Kita orang tua kan niatnya sama anak pasti baik, pasti sayang. Iya kan? Saya punya 2 kalimat ini. Saya punya 2 kalimat. Nanti kita lihat nih, mana sih yang paling enak kita dengar? Saya bilang begini ke anak saya. Mama nggak suka ya kalau anak mama malas. Kalimat kedua, Mama senang sekali kalau anak mama rajin. Oke. Mana yang enak didengar?
Yang positif, Bu, yang nomor 2.
Yang nomor 2. Iya, mama senang. Tapi yang sering kita ucapin ke anak kita di rumah apa?
Yang pertama.
Iya. Biasanya seperti itu. Mama nggak suka ya nanti kalau di sekolah berantem. Nanti kalau pulang bajunya jangan kotor ya. Sepatunya jangan dilepas ya. Nah, itu biasanya. Nanti di sekolah jangan berantem sama teman. Duduk kerjain tugasnya, duduk yang bagus. Jangan ada laporan guru. Jangan. Oke. Biasanya itu kan. Sehingga komunikasinya menjadi tidak efektif. Gitu. Oke, Dayan. Jadi intinya itu. Cara ngatasinya pendekatan dulu dan lakukan komunikasi interpersonal. Oke.
Siap, Bu. Masya Allah. Ditambah lagi pula dengan affirmation positif tadi daripada Ibu juga sebagai penambahan. Masya Allah, tabarakallah. Ini daripada Puan Hafizah juga cakap salah faham juga ni. Sometimes salah faham konsep taat, punca isteri tak mahu lapor tentang keganasan rumah tangga juga. Ini mungkin sesuai, Bu, dengan kasus KDRT ya, kalau Indonesia bilang apa? Kalau kekerasan rumah tangga.
Kekerasan dalam rumah tangga.
Kisah siapa tu, Bu? Yang penyanyi tu? Siapa nama dia yang dia nyanyi lagu Sekali seumur hidup cukup satu kali. Siapa nama dia tu?
Saya pun jadi lupa.
Lesti
Kejora.
Kalau menurut Ibu gimana tu sebenarnya kisahnya, kasusnya?
Kalau dari pandangan saya sih sendiri, case terjadi ketika mungkin di awal pernikahan itu masa penyesuaian ya terjadi dan biasa dan mungkin emosi yang tidak terkontrol ya. Nah, ketika lapor kemudian sudah lakukan mediasi dan sudah mulai saling memahami, dan akhirnya sampai sekarang alhamdulillah tidak muncul lagi case-case-nya yang seperti itu di rumah tangganya. Nah, berarti kan masing-masing sebenarnya sudah belajar dari pengalaman yang ada, gitu. Ya. Nah, jadi ya memang pada umumnya ya ketika kita berumah tangga di awal-awal setahun 2 tahun itu masa-masa penyesuaiannya, masa pengenalan yang paling dahsyatnya di situ tuh gitu. Ketika dalam rumah tangga itu tuh masanya gitu. Jadi yang selama ini ketika masih belum berumah tangga kan biasanya masih kelihatan yang manis-manisnya ya kan Dayan. Nah, kalau masih berumah tangga kan
ya benar. Semua wangi.
Semua wangi, ya kan? Oke, nah kalau sudah berumah tangga baru kelihatan
Ya,
semuanya. Jadi itulah masa penyesuaian, ya. Oke.
Setuju Bu, Masya Allah, tabarakallah, amin. Jadi yang masih jomblo silakan Bapak Ibu.
Jangan takut untuk berumah tangga.
Baiklah, Ibu. Kan, jangan takut, amin, doakan, Masya Allah. Jadi Ibu, nampaknya mungkin sampai sudah masanya. Terima kasih banyak-banyak Ibu, sekali lagi berikan satu tepukan kepada Dr. Amanah atas perkongsian beliau untuk sesi hari ini. Gimana tuan-tuan dan puan? Luar biasa kan? Ni saya pun just terus cakap bahasa Melayu sajalah. Saya sebab speaker kita first second dah selesai. Saya tahu enggak apa-apa. Wah, lumayan ni, banyak tumpukannya, banyak ni, alhamdulillah. Juga tadi sudah sesi praktikal. Terima kasih Bu. InsyaAllah ada lagi ke lapangan, kita bisa nanti bareng-bareng lagi pada akan datang. Tapi sebelum kita ini, sebab nanti ada yang last sharing sekejap, kita bergambar dulu tuan-tuan puan. Jom kita buka videonya, kita bergambar bersama dengan Dr. Amanah Subakti. Siapa yang boleh screenshot silakan, nanti boleh dikongsikan di grup ya. Macam tu. Yang mana yang ingin buka video silakan sebagai bukti kehadiran.
1,
Bagus
2.
kalau ada bukti kehadiran. Nanti gambar-gambar ni anda boleh post-post dekat sosmed kat mana gitu.
Ya, ini saya udah buka ini kamera Siti Normah Jakaria. Halo, apa kabar?
Okey, ada lagi yang nak buka gambar? Silakan.
Iya, saya ingin juga ini ngelihat orangnya.
Okey, 1, 2, 3.
Ini yang mengambil video ni adik saya Dr. Amanah, Coach Mastura.
Mastura, oke.
Mastura.
Ya, beliau di S1 Umar.
Oh, S1-nya.
Ya, Bu.
Oh, semester berapa?
Ya,
Semester
S1
2.
psikolog.
Oh, semester 2. Oke, nanti bertemu dengan saya juga itu di S1.
Masya Allah, tabarakallah. Seronok.
Iya, iya.
Ada nampak yang saya share screen ke? Ke tak ada?
Ada.
Ada. Kejap. Ada sampai kat mana dah? Sebab dekat screen saya kosong.
Yang PEKA submit.
Saya salah buka, astaghfirullahalazim. Sampai mana dah?
Slide.
Okey. Sekarang
slide 6, 7.
ni nampak?
Okey, Borneo nampak? Kena besarkan.
Alhamdulillah. Okey, tuan-tuan dan puan, insya-Allah doakan pada hari besarkan macam ni. Okey. InsyaAllah doakan nanti tim PEKA kita akan bergerak ke Sabah, ke Borneo pada minggu depan hari Selasa. InsyaAllah kita akan ke Sabah, ke Brunei dan juga ke Miri akan ada psychological and counselling, edu training tour di sana ya. Kenapa dekat atas ni macam gambar lain? Kita ada PHQ, akan sesi sharing kat sana. Kita akan singgah di beberapa tempat di PPD di Sabah. Dan insyaAllah yang terbaru ni saya dapat lebih kurang 12 PPD yang akan bergabung di 4 lokasi ya. Dan juga kita akan ada di PPD Miri juga insyaAllah nanti pada 22 Mei. Dan kita juga sedang jalankan International Training of Trainer Bully. Jadi kepada mereka yang masih bersempatan nak join boleh info apa? Maaf. Dan insyaAllah kita juga ada International Certification Practitioner Personality Drawing coach bersama dengan Hajah Rashidah Fadilah, juga dosen pembimbing kami dari UMA juga, yang akan ajar tentang drawing, akan berada di 3 lokasi, di Sabah, di Brunei dan juga di di Selangor. Nanti kepada anda yang berminat kita akan kongsikan info juga di grup ya. Secara hybrid, online dan offline juga. Dan insyaAllah kita jumpa nanti pada bulan 7, coming soon, insyaAllah dengan next kita punya topik berkenaan dengan Artificial Intelligence and Mental Health, Rethinking the Future of Care and Connection. Okay, apapun kita akan sharing nanti info untuk PEKA Global Summit seterusnya pada Julai 2025. Jadi nampaknya kita sampai di sini saja untuk sesi kita pada hari ini. Tadi alhamdulillah kita tutup dengan kita buka dengan bacaan Al-Fatihah, dan insyaAllah sebelum tutup ini saya Coach Dayan selaku pengurus di Akademi PEKA ingin mengucapkan ribuan terima kasih dan tahniah kepada semua yang hadir daripada awal sampai habis. Terima kasih kepada ketiga-tiga speaker kita bagi satu tumpukan tuan-tuan dan puan luar biasa. Terima kasih juga pada anda. Terima kasih dan kita cakap semoga semoga cepat sembuh kepada Coach Safwan yang sedang tidak sihat sekarang. Kerana minggu depan dah nak start outstation dan juga banyak urusan lagi. Semoga beliau cepat sembuh. Terima kasih juga pada Coach Masura, Coach Chika dari Pontianak juga yang sama-sama membantu untuk sesi kita. Dan any info kita akan sharing lagi dekat grup-grup. Untuk any update, please do not hesitate to asking us kalau nak tahu apa lagi tentang PEKA, program-program yang dijalankan supaya kita dapat berkongsi ilmu. Contoh kalau ada serta-serta pembayaran tu anda rasakan macam boleh tak kalau saya nak bayar beberapa kali pun boleh. Kita boleh bayar